ביחד. 1, 2, 3. הנה, הנה המתרשמה, זה דילי רציני. איזה יופי, איזה יופי. כן, תפרחת תלם. תודה רבה. אחלה. ביי, יאללה. צריך להפיץ את הקישור עכשיו. כן. מבחינת... כן, כן, זה משודר. וואלק, we did it בסופו של דבר, לא?
נראה שאנשים עכשיו...
If you want, I can get you a given, but I don't have anything said. You know, the special public so, and it's not such a thing like this. It's smaller with a picture.
Communicating yesterday.
So if you're complaining about me, that's
No, not at all.
אחד אחד.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. And we will let them over. Because, you know, and you're doing you know, and next year, I hope this will happen. And I hope that my abstract which was sent in that way, you or the organizer will suggest here. They cancel. In Berlin, when I had five, they said that I was here. And here they were probably selling a device. Our plus carrying a course I was talking to Madonna about this yesterday, and she said that they were organizing Berlin, but she said that probably hopefully they maintain that thank you very much. No, I don't expect from you, from the technology. I was expecting I understand. I do not understand that situation. Suggest.
And it is a great tradition. I read in the kind of
Here, we just saw the works so quite comfortable because I was asking so and my ask yeah. But she didn't. And it was not such an easy
conferences and
the communication was better because our classes just from 19, but it's the first time we have a draft card. We pay the fines, each of us 100 shekels. But they don't normal.
זה עובד כבר?
זה עבד, זה נהיה לצילום, אבל הכל עבד. עבד כמה שבדקנו.
Nice to meet you.
And this is my colleague from Pizza.
Richard, I'm Richard, nice to meet you.
I always nice name.
We would like to start. We would like to start. Please take your seats. Good morning, everybody. After coffee and pastries. Good morning. Can we start? לא שומעים? Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. We will delve right in. So, you hear me?
No.
I was trying like a rock star to just get my mouth to the... it's not working. מי זה? דורון? Yes, I'm afraid to touch it.
או שאני אביא לך שרפרף, או שאני אביא...
No, it's going to, I'm saying only a word now. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alona Nitzan-Shiftan. I'm the head of the Aronson Built Heritage Research Center. And the same, it's not working. Maybe I can just, but it will work with you.
I'm okay.
Okay, even if, because I can shout. I'll just talk to you, okay? Before, until it's working. Why does it stop every time? I hope it's not on the Wi-Fi. It's, okay.
זה לא קשור לזה, כן.
דורון זה מתעתע.
זה קשור, זה ההקלטה, זה לא קשור.
זה לא קשור?
כן.
אז אנחנו משדרים את הצורות הטכנולוגיות שלנו לעולם.
כן.
זה גם עובד?
קח את זה רק תדלקת שלי. בבקשה.
Can you hear me? Yes. No. You can hear him. Should I just...
It's you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I hope this will, now that it has an intimate treatment, maybe it will work. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Alona Nitzan-Shiftan. I'm the head of the Aronson Built Heritage Architectural Research Center, and I'm extremely excited to open this conference that was actually opened yesterday. And without further ado, I'll invite our dean, Professor Gedi Capeluto, to open the conference. Please, Gedi.
Okay, thank you very much, Alona, and good morning to all. It's a pleasure to see you all here and see old friends. Welcome. I want to use this opportunity to welcome you to Israel, to the city of Haifa, to the Technion, and to our Faculty of Architecture and Town Planning. In these not simple, very complex days for Israel, in which fundamental values of our society are in danger. I want to thank the organizer for the conference, starting from Professor Alona Nitzan-Shiftan, the Built Heritage Research Center, and all the great people involved in the organization of this conference, for bringing it to our faculty that I think it is the correct place to hold this conference. A conference which paradoxically speaks about Erich Mendelsohn architecture of dialogue, a dialogue that is so much needed today, and also talks about the universal values that will allow Mendelsohn works to be declared heritage, a World Heritage Site. I wish you all a very productive and enjoyable meeting, and I'm sure that it will be fascinating discussions. I need to apologize because I need to move to another meeting, but I want to show again to welcome all to Israel and enjoy this conference. Thank you very much, Alon.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. My name is Jörg Haspel, and I'm asked to welcome all of you on behalf of what we call the Erich Mendelsohn Initiative Circle, short EMI, we call it. And yesterday we celebrated here in Jerusalem and Rehovot the anniversary of Erich Mendelsohn, the 136th anniversary of Erich Mendelsohn, and it was a great event. And so we are very thankful and very grateful towards the university, to the technical, that we can have this meeting here in Technion in Haifa, and that we can meet again and come together and celebrate the birthday yesterday of Erich Mendelsohn, but also to think about the future of Erich Mendelsohn and of his work. When we started the Erich Mendelsohn Initiative, it was also on the occasion of a birthday. It was 2 years ago when we celebrated the birthday. This was a kind of online birthday party. We celebrated, invited by ICOMOS Germany and by ICOMOS Israel and by Docomomo Israel and Docomomo Germany. And we decided that we do not only want to celebrate the birthday, but we also want to communicate about the oeuvre, work and life of Erich Mendelsohn. And we also do not want to continue to have a binational discussion, but a multinational discussion, including all the countries where the oeuvre of Erich Mendelsohn has been preserved, and including all those who are interested in this whole issue. So we had a meeting last year in Berlin on Erich Mendelsohn, which was frequented by many colleagues and experts and also enthusiasts about Erich Mendelsohn in Berlin to discuss this issue. And nowadays we are in this informal initiative circle. We are about 30 experts and enthusiasts worldwide who have joined us. In preparation of this meeting here, we ask ourselves, or at least I ask myself, do we need really a birthday conference on the 136th anniversary of Erich Mendelsohn, in facing the situation in Israel, watching the TV, listening to the radio, and seeing a country which is at least under discussion, if not in a crisis, with strikes and protests and so on. And we agreed to stuck at this idea, to continue this kind of dialogue, because we thought that Erich Mendelsohn, it's not only, let's call it, an aesthetic statement. We are not only fascinated by his architecture, by the buildings, by the designs, by the drawings, also by the correspondence, but it's also an ethical statement which we want to demonstrate here. So it is a kind of, I would call it, a human right-based approach to heritage. And this is embodied by the heritage and by the legacy of Erich Mendelsohn, we think. So it is a commitment against the nationalization of heritage, against the instrumentalization of heritage, for international and multinational dialogue. So we are very happy to have it on the mouth. Okay. So we are very happy and thankful that we can organize this architecture of dialogue and this heritage conservation dialogue here at the Technion in Haifa. And I especially would like to thank all the organizers, Alona, for preparing this, the dean and the faculty for inviting us, for hosting us here, and all those who were involved in the whole project, which was very complicated, but which was very successful. And I wish you and I wish us good success and inspiring discussion and sustainability in building up this initiative circle on the work of Erich Mendelsohn. Thank you very much.
זה אמור ל-HDMI שם. תכף נראה שזה יחזור לעבוד. כן, עדיף שזה לא יזוז. יש.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Eran Mordechovich. I'm an architect. I'm the head of the board of ICOMOS Israel. And I'm part of the initiative, Erich Mendelsohn initiative, since its first day. As Jorg had mentioned, I hear that the mic doesn't work, right? Anyway, I will raise my voice. I want to thank many organizations and institutions which made it possible to have this conference and bring here over all the guests and facilitate this event. First of all, I would like to thank the Israeli Commission for UNESCO for its generous contribution. Dr. Dalit Atrakchi, she's not here at the moment, but she sends her greetings. I would like to thank the Technion, the Faculty of Architecture, the Avi and Sarah Aronson Built Heritage Research Center, the Azrieli Foundation, the Council of Conservation of Heritage Sites in Israel, which sponsored yesterday's extensive and long tour, the Ambassade de Français and the Institut Français, Austrian Kultur Forum, the Dubnau Institute, and last but not least, the ICOMOS Israel, for all of them contributing and helping us to build up this event. And I wish us and you a successful and meaningful event. And hopefully everything will be, although we have a lot of improvisations and challenges, to have a great and important and another chain in our effort to bring forward the initiative and the World Heritage Site for the future. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Inbal Ben-Asher Gittler, and together with Yael Alvail, I'm co-chair of Docomomo International's Israel branch. So on behalf of Docomomo International and Docomomo Israel, I am pleased to welcome all of you who came from abroad and everyone who came from Israel today, and also our online guests. I hope that you can hear us and see us well, and that we'll be able to do that throughout the conference. I would first like to thank the Technion and the Aronson Built Heritage Center for hosting the conference. And in addition to the organization mentioned by Eran, thank on our behalf ICOMOS Israel and the sponsors of the Mendelsohn sites tours that we have throughout the conference, which are the Chaim Weizmann House and Institute, the JTS Schocken Institute, and the Rambam Healthcare Campus, and the Munio Gitai Weinrab Museum of Architecture. Docomomo International is very proud to be a part of this initiative to nominate the works of Erich Mendelsohn as a UNESCO serial multinational World Heritage Site. And as you know, Docomomo stands for Documentation and Conservation of the Monuments of the Modern Movement, the movement whose architecture and design were often linked to democratic ideals, a movement that often fought for these ideals and paid the price of exile and denouncement, Mendelsohn included in that. So I think in these days when Israel is undergoing political upheaval and destabilizing of its democracy, it's all the more important to remember and discuss the principles of the modern movement and the works of its formulators, among which Mendelsohn had such a major major contribution to. So I wish you all a very fruitful and productive conference, and may we contribute in our very small way to conserving vibrant discussions, heritage, and sound architecture for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, as I said before, we are extremely excited and honored to host you all in the third conference of the Tricontinental Initiative to declare Erich Mendelsohn work as a serial World Heritage Site. The Asian phase of his work occurred after he fled from Nazi Germany between 1934 and 1941. And yesterday we invited our international guests to visit in some of the amazing building, and you're all invited to visit the Rambam Hospital that he designed on Friday morning.
No voice.
No voice again? It needs my, maybe. It wants me to touch it, that's the, I don't know if I can. Okay, we're talking about the architecture of the most prominent, touch it. No, only right hand, that's, what will happen here? Okay, let's give it a try. We are talking here about the architecture of the most prominent architect ever working in this region. And of course, this is our prime motivation for joining this important initiative in partnership with ICOMOS and Docomomo Israel. And I have to thank the initiative and our partners. This has been a really exciting collective work, and especially for Jorg and Regina, who are the impressive engine of all this thing, although Jorg always says, it's all of us. The Arensel-Bild Heritage Research Center started in 1975 as a documentation unit aiming to establish a national architectural archive. And we think it is important to join this initiative because it belongs to our history as well. This archive stood at the core of the research center that was founded in 1990. The center's research and traveling exhibition on Erich Mendelsohn architecture in Palestine contributed a formative stage to our understanding of Mendelssohn modernism. And we have here Ita Heinze-Greenberg with us, who was extremely instrumental and contributed to the continuity of our interest. Most importantly, however, our interest in Mendelssohn over emanates from the alternative ideology to modernism that Mendelssohn articulated vis-a-vis the canon of modern architecture that emerged primarily in the United States with the International Style Exhibition in 1932 and the Siegfried Gideon seminal Space, Time, and Architecture, all historiographical work that marginalized Mendelssohn work. We suspect that this oversight has occurred in Israeli historiography as well, where his work was admired but considered, you see, but considered a dead end with no followers, and was later adopted as part of a canon that at times stood in sharp contradiction to the modernism Mendelssohn himself advanced. Today, we feel up for this challenge. The center, thanks to the generosity of the Aronson family, is now consisting of an archive, research activity, and a publishing house, and is saving major collections in architecture, urban planning, and landscape architecture. With recent cyber crisis that we can talk over coffee places, we learn more accurately on the importance of such collection to our collective commitments to consider, the past as a vital, active player in the here and now of our built environment, the stage within which we conduct our social and civic life. We are proud to open this discussion, particularly during these days that people constantly mention, rightly so, that are crucial to the sustainability of Israeli democracy. As we hope to see in the next 2 days, and as the title of the conference indicates, we are dealing with an architecture of dialogue. We study Mendelsohn's work because we believe in the pluralism it conveys with its constant dialogue with all aspects of life. And with the alternative, it aims to pose to instrumental societies that confuse means and ends. Mendelsohn sought in Palestine an alternative to fascist regime. He had to escape, and his search for an alternative will occupy us here in the next few days. We are interested in Mendelssohn's understanding of modernity, of his dialogic attitude, and the impact it had on people. And we're similarly attentive to its shortcoming at times in understanding the implication of the evolution of conflicts, both in Europe and in the Middle East. And we are doing a transition right to the first session of this conference, because in this session, we aim to question the Jewish intellectual context that led him to develop a particular path in addressing modernism through spatial and aesthetic forms. We've gathered for this task a multidisciplinary think tank, and we hope to be able to contribute in this discussion to understanding the outstanding universal value of Mendelssohn's work and its contribution to a more pluralist, attentive, and civic architecture for all. We thank you all for coming here. We thank everybody for the flexibility. We know that we are making many changes, and this university will be on strike tomorrow. And we are particularly thankful to architect Louisa Hatton, the Blanchstein speakers, that has agreed to shift our lecture to today and to address our civic concerns from within our discipline. So let me start our session and hope that we can contribute to knowledge and to other values as well of the Enlightenment we are now being reminded. So, okay. Yes. Yeah, it's my right hand. This is the clue. Okay. So it is a particular honor to invite as our first speaker of the conference, Professor Paul Mendes-Flohr, who is a leading scholar of modern Jewish thought. As an intellectual historian, Mendes-Flohr specializes in 19th and 20th century Jewish thinkers, including Martin Buber, Franz Rosenzweig, Gershom Scholem, and Leo Strauss. Mendes-Flohr holds a doctorate from Brandeis University, which was supervised by Alexander Altman, Nahum Glatzner, and Ben Alperin. What a pleasure it is to see this lineage. Mendes-Flohr taught at the University of Chicago, where he is Dorothy Grant McClear Professor Emeritus of Modern Jewish History and Thought. He is also a Professor Emeritus of Jewish Thought at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and we are extremely pleased to invite you to open the conference.
I tend to speak softly. I hope this works. First, I'd like to thank Alona for the gracious invitation to participate in the conference and to honor the not only the architectural legacy of Mendelsohn, but the ethical Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. But to honor not only the architectural legacy of Mendelsohn, but his ethical and particularly his vision of Arab-Jewish or Arab-Israeli fraternity, cooperation. I'll begin with a citation in German. Okay. Man kann keine Kultur mit der Politik machen, aber man kann Politik mit der Kultur machen. One cannot create culture with politics, but one can make politics with culture. This epigraph, drawn from the writings of the first president of the Federal Republic of Germany, Theodor Heuss, graces a wall of the Salvini-Platz S-Bahn station in Berlin. It expresses an attitude distinctive of Central European intellectuals. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now? No. Yeah. The epigraph I just read, I'll repeat it in English. One cannot create culture with politics, but one can make politics with culture. This epigraph, drawn from the writings of the first president of the Federal Republic of Germany, Theodor Heuss, graces a wall of the Salvini-Platz S-Bahn station in Berlin. It expresses an attitude distinctive of Central European intellectuals, especially in the years prior to the Second World War. It is an attitude that assumes the supremacy of Kultur, with its unique access to the realm of the spirit, Geist, and humanity's most elevated ideals and values, as opposed to politics, beholden as it is to the calculating dictates of civilization, and a lust for power. Though often draped in the language of politics, this attitude reflects a profound ambivalence towards public affairs, a wariness about the wiles of government that reaches back to the German Aufklärung, Enlightenment, when the likes of Kant declared that morality and politics were mutually exclusive, a view later echoed by the poet Goethe, when he exclaimed, and I quote, "The man of action is always without conscience." This attitude was particularly characteristic of those the historian Fritz Rigner called the German Mandarins, a self-conscious elite who regarded themselves by virtue of their education and culture as the bearers of the pristine, the pure, and noble values of society. In Zionist circles, this attitude was first elegantly articulated. Oh, my pages are mixed. Excuse me, I got my page. No. 1 second, please. Pardon? Ah, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, forgive me. In Zionist circles, this attitude was perhaps most elegantly articulated by Martin Buber, who recurrently called upon the movement to adopt a Kulturpolitik, a program to renew Jewish life and institutions by a reformation of Jewish aesthetic and cultural sensibilities. Although often perceived as a German Jew, Buber was in fact a Polish Jew, as Gershom Scholem was wont to remind us with a palpable measure of derision. Raised in Galicia, the East European province of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, where he received a traditional Jewish education and attended a Polish gymnasium. Indeed, his first publications were in Polish, including a stillborn translation of Nietzsche's Thus Spake Zarathustra, which he undertook at the age of 16. Nietzsche's call for the transvaluation of values would leave its mark on his, Buber's, understanding of Kulturpolitik. Nietzsche introduced the young Buber to the Swiss historian of culture. Okay. Well, this is going to be more difficult now. Anyway, Nietzsche introduced the young Buber to the Swiss historian of culture and art, Jakob Burckhardt. For Buber's Zionist vision evolved, as Buber's Zionist vision evolved, it would in fact be guided by Burckhardt's conception of culture, and especially as it informed the Italian Renaissance. For Burckhardt, a culture embraces the totality of a people's spiritual life and self-understanding. In addition to religion, a culture is constituted by the life of the intellect, art, and literature. Accordingly, one should appreciate the far-reaching significance of the Italian Renaissance as affecting a seismic cultural transition from the cultural somnolence, sleepiness, if you wish, of the Middle Ages to the modern period in which the individual emerges as a self-conscious creative agent in determining his or her destiny and inner spiritual life, as well as an agent of cultural creation. In an oft-cited passage from Burckhardt's most renowned work, the civilization of Renaissance in the civilization of Renaissance in Italy, published in 1860, which later Buber would have translated into Hebrew, Burckhardt depicts this process in the terms that were surely resonant for a young man eager to find a place in the modern world and free of the claims of one's primordial affiliations. Burckhardt argued that this is really, I should have practiced gymnastics with my hands.
You're like a piano player now.
Oh, I did play piano once. Anyway.
We need to change this. It's impossible to work like that. This must go there. Das tun wir dahin. So, jetzt funktioniert. Ja, gut.
Okay, I'll repeat that. An oft-cited passage from Burckhardt's most renowned work. Can you hear me now? No. Okay, I'm going to speak.
אני מבין. אז שמישהו יחזיק, כן.
Yes, we can. Yes, if you allow me.
Of course.
But
yeah, good. In an oft-cited passage from Burckhardt's most renowned work, The Civilization of the Renaissance in Italy, which later Buber would have translated into Hebrew, he depicts this process in terms that were surely resonant for a young man such as Buber, eager to find his place in the modern world and free of the claims of one's primordial affiliations. Burckhardt argued that by removing the veil of corporate collective identities woven of faith, childhood, childlike prejudices, and illusion, the Italian Renaissance had initiated the liberation of the individual and thereby paved the way for the passage into the modern world. The term Renaissance came to connote rebirth, a reawakening of the creative spirit of the individual that has been characteristic of the individual in antiquity, but sadly eclipsed by the Middle Ages. While still a graduate student at the University of Berlin, Buber would introduce into the Zionist lexicon a vision of a Jewish Renaissance, individual and collective rebirth. The 22-year-old Buber proclaimed were dialectically interrelated. For Buber, Zionism was to serve as the fulcrum for the spiritual rebirth of the Jew, whose culturally creative impulses were stifled by the torment of 2,000 years of exile that allowed the so-called custodians of Judaism, the rabbis, to shackle the Jews with chains of a senseless tradition. Those were citations. And he would later put it, as he would later put it in an address to Jewish youth students in Prague, Zionism understood the liberation from the scourge of exile, Galut, to be a personal task of every individual Jew. It was especially the mission of the Jewish youth to tap anew the creative spiritual pathos of Judaism that alas remained dormant in Israel's biennial sojourn in Galut, exile. Vahub suppressed under the weight of the halakha, Jewish rabbinic law, the primordial, foundational, creative, spiritual impulses of the people somehow continues to glow deep within the soul of the Jew, embers crying to be rekindled. Turning to the university students who invited him, Buber, to come to Prague and to guide them back to Judaism, from which they felt deeply estranged and deracinated, uprooted. Buber encouraged each of them to look back, and I'm quoting again, upon his life, her life, and inside it, and to discern the vestiges of the biblical Israel's creative force. Whoever realizes the pathos of his inner energy, her inner energy, will discover that there still lives within him or her an element whose great national prototype is the strength of the prophets against the people's straying inclinations. End of citation. This primal, alas, but latent spiritual force will be distinguished as religiosity as opposed to religion, which renders God an abstraction. Buttressed by, or reinforced if you wish, by dogma, rules, and cult. And again, I cite Buber. We know that a distinctive Jewish religiosity, again, as distinct from the religion, did once exist. It existed in the age that let Jacob wrestle with God for his blessing, and in the age that Moses died with the kiss of God, and in the age in which 18th century Hasidism dared to forge God's terrestrial, worldly destiny. End of quote. Buber thus asked rhetorically, why are we, the denizens, the citizens, if you wish, of the modern age, still Jews? Out of adherence out of loyalty, adherence out of pride, adherence out of inertia, as a stone falling through space adheres in its direction? Do we affirm ourselves Jews merely as out of defiance, Trotzjuden, resisting the insidious allure of assimilation and the scorn of anti-Semitism, and with it a defiant pride to proclaim ourselves as a belonging to the Jewish nation? No, but we, Buber exclaimed, would readily acknowledge that adherence to a Jewish identity solely out of the ethnic fidelity is bereft of living substance. Our Judaism must surely be eminently more than merely remembered suffering and a remembered image, like traces, years, and fate have left on the face. It must be something else. We are, after all, the children of prophets, the psalmists, the kings of Judah, who embodied a primal religiosity, a spiritual sensibility that attested to the Asiatic genius which biblical Israel shared with the likes of Lao Tzu and Buddha, who taught that we are to strive to realize a unity between an inner spiritual experience and the way we live in the world. The Tao, as the Chinese sage Lao Tzu would put it, is also the Asia of Moses, and the Asia of Isaiah, of Jesus and Paul. Buber cites a midrash, a rabbinic homily, attesting to Israel's Asiatic perspective, and I quote, and this is Genesis Rabbah, "Only by being undivided will you have a share in the Lord your God." The office of midrash, so Buber, would indeed, the authors of Midrash, so Buber, envisioned a world in which dualism, the manifestation, separation of good and evil, will be abolished, a world in which deeds to be realized in both the life of the individual and the life of the community, a world of unity. Again, that was a citation. Buber would elaborate this vision in an essay of 1913, duly entitled, and I quote, "The Spirit of the Orient and Judaism." Despite the ravishments of exile, galut, gnawing at the soul of the Jew has remained in Orient. And I can quote, driven out of his land and dispersed throughout the lands of the Occident, the Western world, she, the Jew, was forced to dwell under the sky she did not know, and on the soil she did not till. She has suffered martyrdom, worse than martyrdom, a life of degradation. The ways of the nations among which she lived have affected her, and she had spoken their language. Yet, despite all this, she has remained an Oriental. Buber concludes with a resounding Zionist message, articulating his Kulturpolitik. Once the soul of the Jew comes into contact with its maternal soil in Eretz Israel, it will once more become creative. The Jews can truly fulfill this. Now he goes, the Jews can truly fulfill their vocation among the nations only when they begin anew and with their whole undiminished, purified, original strength. The German is Allkraft, translates into reality with his religious or their religiosity, taught to him or them in antiquity. Rooted in his native soil, the Jew will resume his primordial task to be, and again I quote, the Orient's apostle to the nations, ex Oriental lux. Buber's addresses in Prague, speeches in Prague, will become the vademecum, something you always hold in your pocket, so to speak, of a generation of Central European Jewish youth, among whom was Erich Mendelsohn. As a disciple of Buber's spiritual Zionism, Mendelsohn would seek an indigenous Palestinian architectural idiom, or Arab idiom if you wish, to enhance the creation of a Semitic Zionist identity. According to Said Alona, magisterial study of Mendelssohn's architectural vision rested upon a collaboration between Arabs and Jews whose kinship dated back to the biblical times. Further, from Mendelssohn as forged by an Arab-Jewish spiritual alliance, the Zionist project would be, again to cite Alona, if I may, I quote, a springboard for a global political reconstruction. The successful implementation of the Zionist project, so conceived, quote again, would inaugurate a new world order. An architecture would be its expressive medium. Mendelssohn's understanding of the artist as a spiritual leader bears the imprint of Buber's Zionist Kulturpolitik, and continued to do so as Buber refined his thought refracted through the prism of the philosophy of dialogue. With the publication of Ishindu, Ani Vata, Ayin Yivao in 1923, Buber softened his sermonic, lapidary style for a more rigorous analytical exposition. Yet the presuppositions of his Orientalism remained, albeit couched now in new conceptual vocabulary. He would explicate his concept of I-thou relations with extensive references to Eastern faiths, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. In contrast, I-thou relations construe one's fellow human beings as objects defined by positivistic epistemological categories, thus also force the concept of human well-being measured by technological progress, microphones that always work. That was an ad lib, of course, and a hedonistic materialism that promotes an avaricious imperialism, which plunders Asia and its doings crushes its soul. Such views were passionately echoed by Erich Mendelsohn in his quest for an architectural idiom representing a spiritual renewal of Judaism, true to its Oriental. Okay. Thank you, Allah. Chazak Lamatz. Okay. Such views were passionately echoed by Erich Mendelsohn in his quest for an architectural idiom representing a spiritual renewal of Judaism, true to its Oriental patronymic origins. Upon his emigration to Palestine in 1935, the architect Julius Posner and a former associate of Mendel's Berliner office met his mentor in Jerusalem. In recalling his meeting in Rechavia's famed windmill, in which Mendelsohn had set up his studio, and living quarters, Posner reports, and I quote, "You could imagine the scene of two German Jews are sitting in a windmill in Jerusalem, listening to Beethoven's Song of Thanksgiving. This was not simply a piece of beautiful music that expresses the joy and gratitude for the gift of life. To us, Beethoven was the greatest, the most intimate spiritual partner, and thus significance that we sought. We are in Palestine, pondering how we, two Jews in this land where we have our origins, our ancestral origins, should build after the Arabs who have inhabited this land for 1,000 years and have built on it so compellingly in their own way." In an essay written in Hebrew on the artist and architect Leopold Krakauer and his drawings of the Jerusalem landscape, Buber speaks of the dialectical tension between Krakauer's art and architecture, noting that Krakauer, who emigrated to Palestine in 1924, identified with what he perceived to be the solitude of the gnarled olive trees that punctuate the hills of the holy city. Buber speaks of, and I quote, "the depth of Krakauer's experience and the anguish of solitude that was the driving force for his graphic art, while his buildings derived from a longing for the cordial life of friendship. These two elements were to be found together in his soul, as the soul of so many other artists and writers in the present time, particularly in this country, Eretz Israel, the land of Israel. A tendency to melancholy and a longing for the companionship which together have fashioned their creative work." These observations apply to Erich Mendelsohn, whose years in Jerusalem were indeed marked by an anguished solitude and a melancholic ever longing for a spiritual home in Zion. Thank you.
יכול גם להחזיק לך.
יכול להיות שעוד נאלץ להיעזר בשירותיך. פול.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul, for this inspiring talk. We will please save your questions and we'll have a discussion at the end of the panel.
צריך לקרוא לדרון ואפשר שאנחנו...
Okay, I hope that we are released from the hand requirement. As I promised, we have an interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary discussion. Yes, and also transgenerational. And in that context, I am very happy to invite Caroline Jessen, who works at the Dubnov Institute since October 2021. She studied German literature and art history in Bonn University and St. Andrews and received her PhD in 2015. Between 2012 and 2021, she worked at the research department and the library of the German Literature Archive, Marbach. Her current project focuses on translocations of archival and archives and collections, especially Zalman Schocken autograph collection. And Caroline, maybe I'll skip now all the publications and we'll listen to the spirit right away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alona, for this very kind introduction. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, thank you. I just have to open my presentation. Okay, thank you. In 1937, the Jewish entrepreneur, and investor, and publisher Zalman Schocken organized a reception in the hall of Schocken Library to celebrate the 50th birthday of Erich Mendelsohn. In his opening address, he looked back at his relationship with the architect. By then, Mendelsohn had designed and overseen the construction of 3 huge department stores in Nuremberg, Stuttgart, and Chemnitz, as well as the construction of a library building, which some of you saw yesterday, and a spacious private house and garden for Schocken in Jerusalem. When his employer organized the reception, he and others, such as their joint friend Kurt Blumenfeld, hoped to convince Mendelssohn of the necessity to settle in Palestine and to establish himself as an architect for the Jewish community. With the pathos Kurt Blumenfeld shared with Mendelssohn, he went to such lengths as to write that he hoped Mendelssohn would become a leading builder of the country and a Bauer des Landes. 2 years later, it became obvious that these hopes would not become true. By 1941, Mendelssohn settled in America, as did Zalman Schocken some 2 years later, despite his new large house, garden, and library in Jerusalem. Blumenfeld, as well as others who attended the evening, stayed. In my presentation, I would like to have a closer look at the paths of Mendelsohn, Schocken, Blumenfeld before their immigration from Germany after the National Socialist rise to power, to grasp the melancholy of this birthday party in 1937, and maybe more importantly, to look at the relationship of art, architecture, and Jewish cultural politics in the years after World War I. This was something Alona asked me to do, and to have kind of a special look into the idea of Orientalism. So I try. I will start with an excerpt from Schocken's memory of his encounter with Erich Mendelsohn's work. I first became acquainted, I quote, with Erich Mendelsohn. This may be a coincidence under the sign of Palestine. I don't have a good memory of the year, but I think it was in 1918 or 1919 when I was told that I had to see an exhibition by a Palestinian sculptor at Paul Cassirer. I walked through the rooms of Cassirer, saw beautiful figures there, and only glanced sideways at the walls and found drawings, name of the artist unknown, that captivated me. I no longer saw the round sculptures by A, like he doesn't say the name, he just says A, but the fantasies of a young architect, Erich Mendelsohn. The name was only known to me as the name of the large Mendelsohn family. Years passed before Erich Mendelsohn came into our circle. In a certain sense, it characterizes his past professional work in Germany that I had the opportunity to build together with Erich Mendelsohn in Germany for 8 years, and in 1933, when I returned to broken Germany after a long time of absence, I would not have believed that I would meet him here in Jerusalem in a house built by Mendelsohn. That this evening, which I'm spending in a social circle in this house for the first time, is a special celebration for me. That's Schocken in 1937. This memory is interesting for several reasons. As has been noted by others, the quote indicates that Schocken encountered Mendelssohn's work shortly after the end of World War I at the impactful exhibition Architectures in Steel and Reinforced Concrete. Schocken even stresses this close connection to the war by mentioning his uncertainty if the exhibition opened in 1918 or 1919. By 1919, Germany had become a republic in a very fragile political climate. It was in these years that Schocken started to expand his chain of stores significantly and to develop a keen interest in the corporate design of the Schocken stores. At the same time, the war, accompanied by the arrival of thousands of Jews from Eastern Europe and Russia, for whose rights Schocken fought, deepened his sense of a need for Jewish cultural programs, investment in Palestine, and a new understanding of the limits of Jewish integration into German society. For Schocken, the encounter with Mendelssohn's drawings was vielleicht ein Zufall, maybe a matter of chance, but as an anecdote, the gallery visit stresses, I think, Schocken's direct response to the architect's work. His speech can be read as a truthful account of the beginning of a professional relationship. At the same time, it is a statement marking Schocken's discovery of a pioneering artist and the businessman's discerning eye. Schocken's speech does not mention the fact that he and Mendelssohn only met 5 years later when their joint friend Kurt Blumenfeld suggested a meeting and introduced the architect to Schocken. And here you see a photo of Blumenfeld, which is slightly later. Sorry for this. In the context of the speech in a setting of European immigrant friends in Jerusalem, the simple reference to Paul Cassirer serves as a code word. The attendant crowd at the event would have known that in the last years of the Wilhelminian Empire and the years of the Weimar Republic, the Jewish gallerist and publisher Paul Cassirer belonged to the cultural elite of Berlin. Cassirer had introduced the French Impressionists and Van Gogh to Germany. He had been a major supporter of Max Liebermann. For Schocken and others who had started collecting graphic works as well as drawings after World War I, Cassirer was a major institution in Berlin. Cassirer's gallery encompassed 2 entire floors and regularly showed works of contemporary artists, some of whom Schocken collected, such as Käthe Kollwitz. Most accounts of the Cassirer exhibition in 1919 mention the fact that Mendelssohn's drawings were shown alongside works of other artists. So there are advertisements that list Paul Holz and Hermine Moos, as you can see here, for example. And the historian Thilo Richter mentions August Gaul, Anton Kerschbaumer, Max Slevo. This seems to contradict Schocken's memory, who stresses the fact that he saw Mendelssohn's sketches of imaginary buildings, industrial buildings, among others, fantasies, alongside the works of a Palestinian Jewish artist, Die runden Plastiken von A, the round sculptures of A. By 1919, this young Palestinian artist in Berlin seems to have been Yusuf Abu, an artist born in Svat in 1888, who had studied drawing, painting, and sculpture at the Berlin University of Arts from 9/11 onwards. And here you see a slightly later photograph of Abo. By 1919, Abo had a master studio at the Academy of Arts in Berlin. He even became a member of the Association of German Artists. In the 1920s, Abo belonged to the circle of friends of Else Lasker-Schüler, whom he portrayed several times and who in turn wrote a poem about him. Abo was was slightly younger than Mendelssohn, and while Schocken regarded his bust as beautiful, schön, and round, rund, they do not really seem to have caught his attention, while Mendelssohn's minimalist, futuristic, I think, works enthralled him. This juxtaposition creates a specific narrative. While Schocken, one of the leading German Zionists at that time, went to Cassira to see the works of a Jewish artist from Palestine, Eretz Israel, he was captured by the industrial, decidedly modern fantasy buildings of a young man whose name reminded him of the famous Mendelsohn family. Schocken's account creates an elusive Jewish context for this encounter with works that had per se no explicit Jewish meaning at all for him, but were created in the battlefield and tuned to a time of huge changes in the economic industrial field consumer culture. Schocken's rhetoric move must be seen in its very specific social context. At the end of the 19th century, questions of belonging and identity had become more and more urgent for Jews in Germany, as Paul Mendelsohn has magnificently explained. Religion had lost its meaning, defining role for a Jewish sense of belonging for many people, while nationalism gained more and more momentum throughout Europe. Neither Erich Mendelsohn nor Salman Schocken or their mutual friend Kurt Blumenfeld were particularly religious in a conservative sense. As did others, they strived to define Jewishness in new ways, attuned to its surrounding cultural environment. Martin Buber's role for this generation of German Jews can hardly be overestimated. Early on, his essays on a renaissance of Jewish culture had had a huge impact on a renewed interest in Jewish tradition and the search for a new, modern expression of Jewish identity, and we've heard about this. Kurt Blumenfeld went so far as to write that not a certain Jewish content was decisive, but the way in which a certain theme or topic was treated, Jewishness thus became a matter of form for him. In ihr spricht sich das jüdisch-funktionelle aus, Blumenfeld writes, das stärker ist als alle Inhalte. It expresses the Jewish functional, which is stronger than all content. Such a view allowed many creative expressions to be regarded as Jewish or as not Jewish. Long before 1933, Zionist discourse had treated the German bourgeois Bildungsknowledge and its aesthetic as a fetish of Jewish assimilation ideology, a symptom of what was regarded an inauthentic Jewish life. The alleged pillars of the Wilhelminian Empire, these are all quotes, were deemed an amalgamation of false convention, a tyranny of empty formalities, and memory caboodle, even by members of moderate Jewish movements. For many young Zionists, assimilation represented a surrender to the norms of a German middle class, in which the ideals of the Enlightenment had become superficial, false, or insincere. I'm mentioning this to illustrate that there were many creative, individual, or loosely organized expressions of Jewish belonging, many of which were connected to progressive norms, German avant-garde culture, and yet they formed part of general trends in German society at that time. One of the most exciting expressions is perhaps the oeuvre of Else Lasker-Schüler, who some years later would become a friend of Louise and Erich Mendelsohn. Her work and even her persona were part of the avant-garde, and yet she deliberately took up strains of Jewish tradition represented by the Bible, Hebrew language, and the most exposed Jewish German writer Heinrich Heine. Lasker-Schüler was one of the most important writers published by Paul Cassira, who produced lavish illustrated editions of her poetry. Cassira, by the way, also published works of Hermann Struck, who also immigrated to Palestine later. For Lasker-Schüler, there was no separation between life and work, real life and poetic space. During the years immediately before World War I, she and the Jewish German poet Karl Wolfskehl had, for example, entertained an intense correspondence on the basis of their shared interest in Jewishness as an expression of Oriental creativity. The letter shown here is one of the last testimonies of this exchange. It might serve to illustrate a world rich in imagery in which Lasker Schüler addressed Wolfskill as King Ramsenid, King of Gibeon, and introduced herself as Prince of Thebes. In these letters, their Judaism was Egyptian, Arab, Oriental, in any case special. This was hardly cultural Zionism. The letter is fantasy Arabic written in the Latin alphabet. Imagery like the illustrated flowers and moons and stars in the text were reminiscent of the German Romantics, yet they also make tangible a Jewish experience of difference that persisted despite the legal emancipation of Jews in Germany. The images conceived here affirm a creative mix of Jewish tradition, literature, and contemporary Orientalism. Both poets were noble Egyptians, as Lasker Schüler explains in her Malik, a work in which the imagery of the letters is integrated into a larger story involving Franz Marc, who died in World War I. I'm mentioning this example to stress that all these categories were distinct than we might think in retrospective. They were elusive contexts. The playful interweaving of Jewish and Oriental imagery can be seen against the background of a wider cultural and aesthetic interest in the East. Publishers published Chinese and Arab fairy tales, Buddhist teachings, and Hasidic tales side by side. And yet, as Michael Brenner stresses in his classic account of the Renaissance of Jewish culture in Weimar Germany, one should not mistake this Jewish Renaissance as a German-Jewish symbiosis. The development has to be seen, he writes, as an indicator of the situation of crisis which growing anti-Semitism meant for Jews in the Weimar Republic. Lasker Schüler's aesthetic expression of Jewishness as Oriental beauty reclaimed a category that was very often used against Jewish writers, artists, businessmen and women, architects. Here I would like to return to Erich Mendelsohn. In a letter to Salman Schocken, with which Kurt Blumenfeld introduced Mendelsohn to him, Blumenfeld briefly mentions the difficulties the architect experienced with the authorities in Berlin when constructing the Herpich-Haus in Berlin's Leipziger Straße. Blumenfeld then states that he believes, quote, our own institutions should at least offer Mendelsohn, whose way is fought and opposed as being too Oriental, the opportunity to take part in Palestinian competitions. He added that Mendelsohn was ein richtiger Zionist, a true Zionist. For Blumenfeld, as he stressed in 1947, Zionism had been a secular matter, quote, offshoot of an attempt of German Jews to come to terms with the world. There had been no other way of Jewish self-assertion, quote, end. As Blumenfeld's letter to Schocken indicates, Oriental might have had a truly positive meaning for those who had read essays such as Martin Buber's Der Geist des Orients und das Judentum from 1916, or those within the small cultural avant-garde scene of Berlin and other cities. And the Jewish gallerist and publisher Kassierer represented this segment of society. But at the same time, generally and fundamentally, remained an anti-Semitic stereotype, a characteristic that was often used to delineate a border between Jewish and German. It was a shifting code word, as a letter by Erich Mendelsohn to Louise from 1924 indicates very well. I quote, the Altstein government building officer is a Völkisch architect. He wants the autochthonous high roof, and with this he implies that the flat roof is Oriental. I helped him to be explicit in this matter and took him to the mayor to admit it. Blumenfeld, as well as Mendelsohn in this case, were aware that the label Oriental was used as a strategy to marginalize and dismiss the works of this young and promising architect as undeutsch, not German enough. It is against this background that Schocken's speech from 1937 needs to be understood as an anecdote stressing that the Oriental essence was simply not a category to which he had attributed any value when he encountered Mendelssohn's drawings. Even though Schocken's interest in Judaism had been fueled by Martin Buber's tales of Rabbi Nachman, he rarely adopted the latter's rhetoric and refrained from these slightly essentialist ideas of Jewishness of Buber's early work. Although he had initially visited Kassierer's gallery to see works of an Oriental Palestinian Jewish artist, It was the newness of Mendelssohn's industrial minimalist fantasies which had captured him, Mendelssohn's pronounced alliance of architecture with the avant-garde. I'm aware that architects and historians of architecture at this conference might have much more to say to this than I can do, so I content myself with an example from the field of drawing to show which is in my eyes a striking aesthetic parallel of vision in the minimalist treatment of a page, the reduction of drawing to its very essence. These drawings, this is by Lasker Schüler, this is by Mendelssohn. These drawings were provocative, and I do believe that Schocken was attracted, among other things, to this visual provocation as it seemed to say goodbye to ornament and decorative pomp. The mix of functional design and utopian ideas was unorthodox, but the little drawings were able to communicate the core of an aesthetic principle. They corresponded, to borrow Gershom Schocken's words, with the Schocken Company's aim to set an end to the pseudo-classicist, newly Gothic department store facades and to find new forms that truly express their time, die Wahrheit der Epoche ausdrücken, he writes, by integrating economic considerations and by stressing their status as Funktionsbauten functional architecture. Schocken himself alludes to this in his speech on Mendelssohn. The profession of the architect is in and of itself an impossibility. It has to generate a struggle with the personality of the architect and certainly with his environment, because here a freelance artist who dreams into the dimensions has to realize something with stone and iron which serves everyday purposes, mathematically correct. If this architect is confronted with a person who, I would like to say, sees a divine service in taking business seriously, and with this he thinks of himself, you will understand how difficult it is to create the bridge between the architect who creates dreamlike space and the department store calculator. According to Schocken, it was this confrontation and collaboration that had brought buildings such as the Stuttgart Mendelsohn store into the Brockhaus, a major German reference work, and turned such buildings into prototypes in a way. For Schocken, the integration of function, economic discipline, and beauty seems to have been a guiding theme in various fields of his activities and writings. As one of the financially strong entrepreneurs in Germany, Schocken worked with Jewish as well as non-Jewish politicians, businessmen, bankers, and cultural institutions in Saxony and beyond. As a supporter of the Werkbund, but also as a Jewish entrepreneur who faced throughout the 1920s anti-Semitic criticism as a Warenhausjude, a department store Jew, exploiting his German customers, Schocken was convinced of the necessity to demonstrate a very specific form, let's say elegant modesty, and to integrate aesthetic thinking and functional thinking as a principle communicating his store's philosophy, good quality, at affordable prices, no luxury. He often stressed the contribution of stores to the general improvement of the German economy, the Kaufkraft of the mark. Mendelssohn, in turn, was apt to integrate these different parameters to a maximum degree, as Schocken thinks or writes. The function of a store, the rapidly changing economic situation in Germany in these years, the financial means at hand, the logistics, the materials available, the employment of local contractors whose names would sometimes be listed in ads announcing the opening of new stores, and so on. These financial, logistic, larger economic aspects were important and essential to the new aesthetic language for the department stores of Schocken. Schocken walked a thin tightrope, I think, by supporting Jewish and non-Jewish organizations investing in representative, large new buildings while abstaining from luxury. His interest in the Bauhaus also, whose members he employed in various tasks related to his stores, might need to be seen as a product of a complex amalgam of economic thinking and a new aesthetic or taste, as well as a cautious strategy to deal with anti-Jewish stereotypes. In this one regard, both the aesthetic language of Schocken's department stores and the Orientalist and essentialist rhetoric, which per se have nothing in common, need to be regarded as counter-strategies, as phenomena informed or determined by their social, political, cultural environment as much as they are free choices, creative choices. Even Louise Mendelssohn sometimes used essentialist topoi in her letters to Erich Mendelsohn during World War I, when she stressed a specifically Jewish or Oriental Asian idea of unity, as a characteristic of their thinking. And it might be very difficult, in fact, would be a study maybe in its own right to analyze these dynamics in detail, be this ideas of the Orient or the idea of functional beauty, and to distinguish the rhetoric of the architect and his employer from the praxis documented in the archives, the visual language at hand, the integration of, say, Mediterranean construction principles, and to understand their meaning in their historical context. As Gershom Schocken highlighted, my father's department stores were not built in an ideal country, but under the shadow of impending catastrophe in the troubled Germany of the years following World War I. Thank you.
Thank you. את לא רוצה לנסות בווי-פיי? זה עובד? Okay. Caroline, thank you very, very much. It was a wonderful insight from that explore your immersion in the Schocken's archive and gave us completely new view. That's fantastic. And we are now coming back, not an architectural historian, actually to an architect and a theorist, who is not with us right now. So this would be because he's in Texas or California, I'm not sure yet. This will be our single online that without Wi-Fi. So I'll introduce Michael Benedict to you. And then we'll see the talk without Wi-Fi, which means that we'll see him in a small version and with subtitles, although he asked not to, but that's what we succeeded to do. So Michael Benedict is an ACSA Distinguished Professor of Architecture at the University of Texas in Austin. He holds the Halbach Chair of Urbanism and teaches design studio and architectural theory. He was the director of the Center for American Architecture and Design and editor of Center, Architectures and Design in America until May 2000. He's a graduate of the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa and of Yale University. Although Professor Benedict has worked in a medium-sized firm and ran small architectural practices of his own, he's better known for his teaching and writing. He has written many books on deconstructing the Kimball, cyberspace, first steps, value and value two, and others. The list is long. And his most recent book, where he writes about Buber and architecture, which is the reason we were so happy to have him on board, is Architecture Beyond Experience of 2020. And I can convey that in a previous gathering of all the participants in this session, we had very different opinions, and it was very vivid, and we therefore hope that we'll be able to listen to Michael in a proper way. So it will not be ideal, but it would be comprehensible, I hope. Let's try. Michael, by the way, will join us again this time.
Good morning, everybody. Today, let me start by thanking Alona for inviting me, Paul, Caroline, Regina, my co-speakers, I listen to you online, or I will be listening to you online, and I hope this recorded lecture is not too much of a break in the atmosphere. So I will mostly be reading it to make sure that I complete on time. There are slides with this lecture, not very many, so it'll mostly be me lecturing. So let's see if I can get this started. The title of my talk, Creation, Zion, and the Large and the Small, 3 themes in Buber and Mendelsohn. So let me begin. When a historian of architecture places an architect into his time, he or she, the historian that is, more or less unwittingly places themselves in their time too. Doing what, you may ask? Competing with his or her peers to lay down the tracks along which the past should be understood, and perhaps the future too. This is less true of theorists of architecture. They operate somewhat out of time, or try to. Theorists look for architectural principles at a level of abstraction comparable, say, to that of geometry or physics or biology. These principles, these laws and mechanisms, patterns and computations abound in perceptual effects and social consequences, but they are not themselves the product of history, or of very recent history anyway, say the last million years. They tell rather of the nature of things deeper and larger and older. They are principles that, when discovered, remain true over time, like reality itself. Now, in the teaching of architecture today, history and theory are typically combined. Indeed, they are confounded. To teach one is to teach the other, which is not the case in the sciences. The man who most passionately championed Erich Mendelsohn, more about whom soon, was just such a historian theorist. His name, as we all know, was Bruno Zevi. So too was his rival Siegfried Giedion, a historian theorist, and I say theorists because both staked so much of their narrative on the then hot topic in scientific theory, namely Einstein's space-time. Reference to space-time lent an epochal sweep to both men's assertions, a certain universality, a scientific authority. But in truth, they were not very scientific. And today we have the tools, both conceptual and computational, to think about space and time in architecture anew. Now, I'm not going to go into those tools in this short lecture, but let me say that I plan to speak about Erich Mendelsohn's contribution to the history of 20th century architecture with the help of just those ideas, i.e. about space and time. For it might be said that Zevi's efforts to honor Mendelssohn revolved not only around placing Mendelssohn among the great expressionist architectures of the 20th century, but around the hope, the belief that there is or was such a thing as Jewish space, alongside Greek, Roman, Baroque, and modern space, which Zevi identified. Is there such a thing as Jewish space? It will take more than this talk to answer convincingly in the affirmative. I would like to start the first of the 3 themes in the title of this talk with Mendelssohn's understanding of creation and evolution, which in turn was based on Martin Buber's understanding of creation and evolution, as well as upon both men's deep but non-orthodox and non-reformed Judaism. We know that Mendelssohn attended some of Buber's early lectures on Judaism in Prague and Berlin, and almost certainly read them later. Not evident in the passage I will soon read is Buber's mysticism, based on his studies of Eastern religion, as well as Hasidism, to which Mendelsohn was equally attracted. Rather, we will see encouragement of Mendelsohn's renowned independence from, indeed antipathy towards, historical classical architecture. And we will understand the moral ease with which he could adopt the messianic, prophetic stance, at least with respect to architecture, that we find in architects like Le Corbusier, Frank Lloyd Wright, Rudolf Steiner, but, shall I say, Jewishly. Now, here I'm going to read Buber directly from his Lectures on Judaism. When I speak of Jewish renewal, I'm well aware that this is a bold, indeed almost daring term, which, being at variance with the current outlook upon life and the world, is unacceptable to it. All activities of the typical man of today are governed by the concept of evolution. That is, the concept of gradual change, or as it is so-called progress, emerging from the collective effort of many small causes. This concept, which, as one begins to realize, can claim only a relative validity in the realm of natural processes, has greatly stimulated and advanced in the natural sciences. But its effect upon the realm of the mind and the will has been highly deleterious. Man's spirit has been as greatly depressed by the sense of inescapable evolution as it had once been depressed by the inescapable predestination induced by Calvinism. The extinction of the heroic, unconditional living in our time must to a great extent be ascribed to this sense. This confidence, now this is Buber continuing, this confidence in the superhuman has been undermined. The power of the spirit was replaced by busyness, and the might of sacrifice by bargaining skill. I am aware that when I speak of renewal, I am leaving the domain of our time and entering that of a new time, a time to come. For by renewal, I do not in any way mean something gradual, the sum total of minor changes. I mean something sudden and immense, by no means a continuation or an improvement, but a return and a transformation. So this is youngish Buber talking to basically Jewish students in the 1920s. Buber did not follow evolutionary theory very closely. Mutations can spread rapidly and be transformative. But he was right, I think, in the narrow sense that creationists are right also, that one cannot feel called by evolution, summoned by evolution, addressed by evolution. Is the still small voice that says to you, forbear, forgive, improve, evolution? Is the voice that bid Abraham go forth, lech lecha, from Haran, evolution? Today, some might say, yes, very, very indirectly. Buber said, no. Buber said God addresses us directly at the time of his choosing, God's choosing. Moreover, God is addressable by us at the time of our choosing, but there is no guarantee of reciprocation on either occasion. God works through tough love, one might say, not chance. Some would characterize beliefs like this as useful fictions, as brain tricks or poetic metaphors, rather than the truth of the matter. The problem is, of course, that this view weakens the benefit of actually believing things directly, unframed. One loses the benefit of prayer, for example, if one believes that when praying, one is really talking to oneself. Similarly, one loses the feelings that attend to altruism, and perhaps some of the actual effects of altruism, if one sees, quote unquote, that it is really the altruist's self or kin that benefit. This is not the place to engage philosophically with the nature of faith. I mention it only to identify a possible spiritual cum Jewish source of Mendelssohn's apparent arrogance, of his belief in his own powers, vision, and duties towards the epoch. He had no need of a classical education or Meister. He would make history anew, whether or not that had to do with specifically Jewish renewal. The impetus, according to Buber, addressing a youthful audience, could not be evolution, that massive fidgeting with chance. It could only be creation in emulation of God. In this light, it is no small fact that the sketches that made Mendelsohn famous, more about which soon, were done rapidly in pencil in small notebooks. They came to him in a rush, fairly pouring out of him as a soldier at the front in the First World War. True, the front was quiet when he served, and boredom was probably his chief enemy. But the times were such, and the isolation was such, he was often on guard duty, that his hours took on a religious quality. He could open himself up, he could look into the night. It was a time when God might speak to a young man as he spoke to Jacob in the fields of Luz with angels and ladders. Theme 2, Zion. Others at this symposium will have spoken far more eruditely than I ever could about Kulturpolitik, about the origins of Zionism in Germany, Buber's role in it, and Mendelssohn's life. Certainly, Mendelssohn's work in Palestine looks unlike the work he did in Germany. Materials changed, surface treatments simplified, construction techniques became more elemental and less industrialized. He learned from Arabic models, courtyards, wind capture, brick domes, the architecture of mass, shade, and dryness. This was Buber's Zionism of accommodation. But Mendelssohn retained his taste for monumentality, which really means memorableness. Monumentality means memorableness, especially in his large program, hill-occupying projects like Hadassah University Hospital and the Medical Institute of Hebrew University. So more about this idea of memorableness. The search for meaning, for the meaning of architecture, has sent theorists in several directions over time. For example, it is said that whereas all buildings provide convenience and shelter, works of architecture give memorable shape to revered human institutions. Or it is held that if architecture is like language, it speaks a high language, a more carefully enunciated, a more consequential language than the vernacular of everyday buildings. Others say buildings are quasi-biological creatures, categorizable into species that embody ways of life adapted to the local climate, materials, and soil. This makes works of architecture, as over mere buildings, like creatures at the top of a food chain, the smartest, most powerful kinds of buildings, insulated from or transcendent of the lowly business of hunting, eating, fishing, fearing, haggling, cleaning. But none of these meaning-giving metaphors, and there are others, override the ancient pre-architectural meaningfulness of the shape of the landscape in the character of its topography. Topography has real physical consequences. Since rainwater flows downhill, taking topsoil with it, valleys are typically more fertile than hilltops, the more so where rainfall is slight. Valleys are also easier to traverse. Hilltops, on the other hand, provide distant views in all directions, which fact, combined with being difficult to climb, gives hilltops a strategic advantage: defensibility. Hilltops are also visible from afar, and so have natural landmark and navigational affordances. And they're just a little closer to the clouds. Where am I going with these not very original observations? To the Hebrew meaning of Zion, Zion, meaning high place. These observations take us to the thousands of hilltops occupied down through the ages as forts, monasteries, signal stations, and temples, including perhaps most famously the Parthenon on the Acropolis of Athens. Why did Mendelssohn's early sketches grab such attention? Now, here's actually letters from Mendelssohn, absolutely ecstatic about his visit to the Parthenon. He wrote articles for Berliner Tageblatt. So yeah, you can be sure that it impressed him a great deal. Why did Mendelssohn's early sketches grab such attention? In part, I want to argue, because they pictured large unified buildings viewed from below, resting on a curved earth under the arc of a sky. That arc was sometimes literally drawn, as you see here. Whether or not they were actually to be built on hilltops, they were shown there, like Parthenons against the sky, which is how the real Parthenon is today, and how it appears in the sketchbooks of all young architects who visit. On this score, the ancient Greeks knew what they were doing, to put it mildly, giving a gentle horizon-matching curvature to the temple's bases, called stylobates, and arranging the height of those bases to match the eye level of visitors on the ground nearby, with the effect that the columns themselves tapered upward and tilted inward at the corners, leap from the horizon to the sky. All these tricks and more are built into Mendelssohn's sketches, including their overall triangular pediment-like composition, which an earlier slide illustrated. I would say that all Mendelssohn's early buildings were conceived of in this diagonal view from below condition, including one of his last works, the Park Synagogue, which I will go into later. Of course, Jerusalem is a city of hills, of mounts. Most are storied, if not sacred, and many are contested in possession, as we know. I cannot help feel that Mendelssohn's Jewishness was most wrapped up in Zionism at just this level, high place-ism, just as non-observant Louis Kahn's was when he drew up the most beautiful building of his, the unbuilt Herva Synagogue. Those who would interpret Jewishness as an exalted form of sociality, as communication in I-thou mode between people and between people and God, i.e. Buberian dialogue, will not find that process, I believe, expressed or served or exalted in Mendelssohn. In Mendelssohn's buildings, rooms and room arrangements were all standardly social, standardly functional, the work of a good modern architect. I will suggest that we will find Mendelssohn's Jewishness in his openness to the more ancient Near Eastern image of altars on mountaintops, of places of thunder and revelation turned to places of strength and defensibility. Think Mount Sinai, think Masada. To these images, Mendelssohn added an element almost all his own, a sense of forward motion. Works of architecture designed to be read as entities not unlike large ships, locomotives, even animals. I say an element almost all his own, because although Mendelssohn's designs are idiosyncratic, he developed as a designer around the likes of Filippo Marinetti, Antonio Santeglia, and Hugo Haring. Might young Mendelssohn have come to believe in the spark-filled animacy of all things also from Martin Buber, who also had it from Hasidism, or from Henri Bergson and his Élan Vital theory of creative evolution? I don't know. Certainly, Xavi's concept of virtual space builds in this virtual motion, this spatial formal dynamism. And it's no wonder Xavier lauds Mendelsohn as a pioneer. Mendelssohn's curved bay windows see ahead. His long bands of sill-connected windows stream while the whole building seems to lumber or glide. Frank Gehry declared, Erich Mendelsohn's drawings are expressive and beautiful. If he'd had the computers we have now, everything I've done would have been done before me. I would have had to figure out something else. Zaha Hadid might have said the same. But what of Buberian dialogue in Mendelssohn's work? There can be no dialogue, no I-thou encounter between entities unless one entity, and preferably both of them, have hidden depths, character, and an autonomous desire to move and do. Not just being, in other words, but being towards. All of Mendelssohn's early work strive for this quality, a quality which, aside, in my view, from the house for Chaim Weizmann, went missing after he moved to Palestine. There, blockiness took over stasis and place. Inspired by Buber, I proposed that Jewishness in architecture might rest in the pursuit of an I-thou relation between people and things and rooms. Such participants in dialogue must be being-filled, mutually regarding, and capable of movement, real or imagined. Viewed in this way, Mendelssohn's work in the Holy Land are not fully Buberianly Jewish. Viewed in this way, they are fine buildings, proud ones, on Zionut. Some might say, Jewish enough. My last theme is called the large and the small. This refers to the strain of scientific religious mysticism that challenges the hierarchy that imagines God surrounding or being identified with the entire cosmos. That imagines God as the biggest entity there is, in charge of the universe as a whole at all scales. Counter to this biblical image, however, is what one might call the holographic view. Here, the whole is seen through the part, as through a lens or window. Or the whole is in the part, or the whole is embedded, or wholeness, and partness are able to be turned inside out, to reverse positions, as it were, topologically in some higher dimension. When William Blake wrote these famous lines, "To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower is to hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour," we feel that strange mixture of everyday truth with holiness. Our rabbis, citing Hillel, tell us that, quote, when a person dies, an entire universe is extinguished. And with that claim convey an uncanny truth, one that fuses what is small with what is large, what is local with what is universal, below with above. In the sciences, astrophysicists and quantum physicists acknowledge as much with the discovery of non-locality, that every particle has an inverse twin, or rather another half, another side, to which, whether it is nearby or in a galaxy far away, it is instantaneously and forever linked. Now, Buber's concept of I-thou depends also on this topological large and small inversion. The lines of all I-you encounters between people, he said, converge. They not only converge upon, but radiate from the eternal thou, which or who is God. With this metaphor, Buber partially saves the biblical God, a son, a single source of what turns us to goodness by turning us towards him, with a capital H. In I and Thou, he also invokes the more familiar image of eyes being windows onto the soul. Windows which, for Buber, even as we look into their blackness, open out to worlds within that are limitless and mysterious and yet recognizable. Where in I-it relations objects are closed and without significant interiority, in I-thou they are open and deep, belying their physical size, like books, like works of art, like living creatures. Let me turn to one of Mendelssohn's last works, the Park Synagogue in Cleveland, Ohio, 1950. There, Mendelssohn managed, although not on a hilltop, to recover some of the thrust of his earlier sketches. The Temple Mount from the south side, and this is the Park Synagogue. It has a base with a prow. It has a figure riding up in the middle, as in the Einstein Tower, a dome, but much larger. The layout of the sanctuary is typical of modern Reform synagogues, i.e. auditorium-like and egalitarian, rather than the facing aisles of the old East European model, with the women upstairs and the bima in the center facing the ark. This building also has a school and a community center. More emotionally moving to me than these large-scale features are its smaller-scale elements. The ark doors and Torah scrolls, the bima, the canopy protecting the ark, the lectern, the eternal flame, the way the wood paneling and the cabinetry is done, down to the door handles and window sills. Yes, the dome is large and impressive, but curtainable, and a continuous band serenely going out to the park beyond. Heating and air conditioning outlets are invisibly incorporated just under the dome, rather than puncture or deface it. There are no downlights in that dome either, and the whole thing glows with warmth. God is in the details, said Michelangelo long before Miss Mandero made it his motto. Here at the Park Synagogue, that saying is true in an old and new way, starting with the human care it received in design, craftsmanship, and upkeep. The building is loved, but God was also in the absolutely sure hand with which the small elements listed above were invented, drawn, and crafted. Here, it is in the small that we see him embrace conventional Jewish symbols like the menorah, the hands of priestly blessing, the crown, the Hebrew letter shin, which is the symbol of fire and transformation. In the small sanctuary nearby, there's the eternal light. In the small sanctuary, here we see a return of Mendelssohn's early sketch, Ladders and Angels' Delight, in the energy of curved, hand-drawn lines. It is here in the small that we see him embrace the menorah, the hands of priestly blessing, the crown, the Hebrew letter shin, with ease and kindness. Interestingly, the Star of David is absent except in an early drawing. In the small sanctuary nearby, murals around the ark, which we see here, depict wheat and grapes, fructitude, painted on wood in a style reminiscent of Art Nouveau, and so of Mendelssohn's youth. Back in the main sanctuary, This is the smaller sanctuary, which we'll come back to. Back in the main sanctuary, a contrast is dramatized between the featureless, infinite-seeming dome, the light of a sunset sky, and nearby objects to look at in reverie. If you have attended services, you understand boredom. You have experienced the wandering mind. Your siddur is in your hands, but your eyes are seeking a place to alight. Should God not be waiting for you there too, in a bit of sunlight, a gleam of gold, an intriguing pattern, a deer glimpsed outside? Seeing is touching with one's eyes. Repetition counts the minutes like a clock, around and again, up and then down. Abstract similitude launches the imagination. And so the eyes are led into things, into the space between them and within them, to the space, in a sense, pressed into them by someone's loving intelligence. Thus does Mendelssohn's Park Synagogue reach for sacredness on a Jewish, or should I say, Huberian model. I should like to end this lecture with a return to the question posed at the beginning. Is there such a thing as Jewish space? And if there is, why have I not shown it easily in all the work of Erich Mendelsohn? The answer to the first question is yes, there is such a thing as Jewish space, but it is a much, much more subtle phenomenon than can be elucidated in 3 or 4 paragraphs or even an hour talking about 3 or 4 buildings. I would refer the reader to my 2020 book, Architecture Beyond Experience, to see how a theoretical account of Jewish space might go, although I do not use that term. Buber is a strong influence in Architecture Beyond Experience. I write about architecture in the second person there and of architecture of dialogue, but Mendelssohn is not among my examples. Perhaps he should have been. This is a work by a much later, though their lives overlap, Jewish architect Louis Kahn, very famously at the Salk Institute, facing west, his buildings devoted in a way to waiting for who knows what. But this entire building places infinity at its core. Here, the smaller chapel at the Park Synagogue is at the very front of the building, leading and pointing towards Jerusalem and towards community. I hope that my treatment today of the themes of creation and evolution, of Zion and Acropolis, and of the large and the small have thrown some light on Mendelssohn and Buber. You will be the judge. For me, at least, they provided doorways to a realm of theorizing begun, but not yet fully explored. I thank you for listening, and I thank the organizers.
Okay, Michael, I hope you see us somewhere in the middle of the night, and we apologize for not succeeding to download the images. And the writing, although sometimes amusing, make it more easy to follow. So we're looking forward. We turn to our last speaker, and she's an architectural historian, studied art history, modern history, and didactics of the arts at the Ludwig Maximilians Universität in Munich. And in 1988, Magister Artium with the thesis. Oh my goodness, I will let you say it. I will not challenge myself in German. There's too much German going on in this introduction, but I will tell you that Regina, between 93 and 99, was researcher and freelancer at the State Palaces and Garden of Baden-Württemberg and the State Gazette for Baden-Württemberg in Stuttgart. A lecturer at the Institute for Architectural History at the University of Stuttgart and postdoctoral researcher at the Department of History and Theory of Architecture at the Technical University of Darmstadt, and with the 1911 habilitation in architectural history and theory by the TU Darmstadt. Since 2008, Regina is a professor for the history of architecture and urban development and the Hochschule Mainz. Thank you. My parents-in-law said I cannot pronounce any umlauts, so I did my best. And Regina, we are very happy to have you on board.
אחד, אחד, אחד. Can I put this on mute? This is for the recording.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, works? Yes. Oh, wonderful. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very grateful to be here. And first and foremost, I would like to thank Alona Nitzan-Shiftan and her team of the Technion for this wonderful symposium, for the perfect organization, which is hit by the reality. But we had a wonderful tour yesterday. I'm very happy to be able to participate. I would also like to thank the Israeli team of our Erich Mendelsohn initiative for their passion and great support for the idea. In particular, I want to mention Eran Mordohovich, the president of ICOMOS Israel, who is leading the initiative in Israel through the struggles of the time. As last year in Berlin, the conference takes place on the days around the 21st of March, Erich Mendelsohn's birthday. He used to celebrate this day with his wife, his daughters, his friends and colleagues. And it was always a great event with his in the Mendelssohn's year. His 50th birthday in 1937 was even celebrated 3 times. First in London, and then with the friends, first with Louise in Capri, then with the English friends and colleagues in London, and then in Mandatory Palestine, as we already heard, in the Schocken Library. And I'm behind my slides. This is what I wanted to show you, because we were there last year on the 21st of March. It was when we visited the Einstein Tower in Potsdam. And this is the congratulation of the British colleagues to Mendelsohn on the occasion of his 50th birthday. It's something it's in the Mendelsohn estate in the Getty Research Institute. So we follow this habit and use the beautiful springtime after the very long and quite unpleasant winter in Germany to discuss and reflect his work on this special day. It's the beginning of spring, birthday of Johann Sebastian Bach and Mendelsohn. In this year, he would be 136 years old. I would like to join my lecture to the ones before me. As you may know, I had the pleasure to edit the correspondence between Louise and Erich Mendelsohn. They started she was not married, so she was Louise Maas, and they married in 1915. And you can find it online, and I show you this in order to invite you to profit of that work. There are several registers of persons, places, you can see it here, and also of all kinds of works of art, of his own, but also books and concerts and works of all kind of art. It is very interesting to see what he was reading, seeing, reflecting, what and who he found influential for his work. And I show you the young couple. For example, in connection to the earlier presentations, we know that he recommended Buber's 3 speeches about Judaism, 3 Reden über das Judentum, to Louise in 1915. But in the correspondence, there are only 1 letter from him about the book and 2 by Louise. Little in comparison to, for example, Wilhelm Worringer, Formprobleme der Gotik, there are 5 letters, or very little in comparison to Richard Wagner's work with 25 letters, and nothing in comparison to the countless letters that mention Johann Sebastian Bach or Ludwig van Beethoven. However, it is interesting what he writes about Buber's book to Louise. And I quote, "I'm sending you here, my dear, Buber's 3 speeches, with a letter to you dated 7 September 14, which unintentionally contains the strict confession of my Jewish blood, and exactly in that way that Buber tries to make it clear as a mixture. This touched me wonderfully and stimulated many thoughts, which now ask their question differently than they did years before. More consciously, more persistently, with that lawful rigor that demands an answer. 3 speeches. As written language, the style would otherwise be an impossibility and confused accentuation. Thoughts spoken, they justify these hardships. Read them silently for yourself, and you will find many things that you found in us." End of quote. The dislike of Buber's style is compensated by the content that appeals to Mendelsohn. I use this note as a transition to my topic today, the letters, the sketches, and the built work. In my view, they are inextricably linked to each other. So when we talk about Mendelssohn's buildings, we must also talk about the letters and the sketches. For the sketches, I think the necessity is evident because he prepared every building by a visit of the site, and the sketches were based on observations made on these occasions. His designs were tailored to 3 elements: the building site, the observations made there, like where's the sun, where's the wind coming from, and so on, and the building program. Mendelssohn considered the building a success if its design corresponded to the first sketch chosen for its realization. And this is the most famous example, but all the buildings that are really try to bring the sketch really into reality. I would like to illustrate this close connection between letters, sketches, and built works with the example of the Einstein Tower. We will find information about observatories as early as 1917 and 18. They led to observatory sketches from the Russian front and finally resulted in the construction of the Einstein Tower after the war. The climax of the topic was in June 1918, and it came back to Mendelssohn's attention no earlier than 1920, when the Einstein Spende, so when they got the money, was initiated in order to get the money for the building for the tower, of the tower. Mendelssohn was one of the very few German men that were not enthusiastic about the breakout of the war in August 1914. In contrast, he wrote on the 1st of August 1914, and I quote, "So the madness of World War is imminent. In the meantime, you will have heard that the mobilization has taken place. I'm glad you didn't come to Munich. The conditions at the main station are indescribable. For us, it is just depressing to see that all culture is only a cloak for brute force, that the law of nature gives elementary proof of the power of the stronger and makes striving beyond it a phantom." End of quote. Other than many of his generation and the younger ones, Mendelssohn was already 27 in 1914. He tried not to be called for military service. Due to his bad eyesight, he was deployed in the office. From 1915, he was trained as a pioneer in the Searchlight Replacement Battalion. This is a translation. Scheinwerferersatzbataillon in Spandau, of which he became a sergeant in 1917. Finally, in 1917, the time had come. In April, he was transferred with his unit to the Eastern Front. But they were lucky. Due to the domestic political reasons in the Russian front was very quiet at this time. In the course of February 1917, the revolution had taken place. The last Tsar Nicholas II was deposed and later killed with his entire family. He was replaced by a provisional interim government. This turn was deposed by the Bolsheviks as a result of the October Revolution of the same year. So Mendelssohn had only little to do. And I show him a wonderful picture of the soldier. An extremely intensive correspondence began between the couple, who wrote to each other daily, sometimes 3 times a day, which made my work quite intensive also. The postal transport of the field post was worked extremely well, efficiently, even though the letters had to cover a very long distance from Latvia in the far northeast of continental Europe to Bavaria in the far southeast of Germany. Mendelssohn's unit was deployed first in Gansau, then in Lipan, and finally in Dünaburg, today Daugavpils in Latvia. The situation was so quiet and secluded that Mendelssohn found time to design his shelter named Klein Stuttgart. And you can see it, this is just one of the letter envelopes. The couple kept everything, so the letters and the envelopes and the pictures in it and the drawings and the dried flowers that were sent back and forth. So we know really a lot about this. And this is Klein Stuttgart. This is also part of one of the letters. And this the shelter was built according to his plans. Part of the shelter was a photo laboratory where Mendelssohn could develop his photographs. Around the shelter, and I just marked it, there's a kitchen, there is the place for the soldiers, for his team, so to speak. This is his place, and there's even a terrace. So they really had a nice place for being in the war. And around the shelter, vegetable and flower beds were planted, for which, among others, Käthe Freundlich, the wife of astrophysicist Erwin Finlay Freundlich, sent seeds. They were friends of Mendelssohn's. To stimulate himself intellectually, he had the daily newspaper Berliner Tageblatt sent at the front, as well as current art literature, political books, and magazines. For example, Mendelsohn ordered the large book Frank Lloyd Wright, Ausgeführte Bauten und Entwürfe, Executed Buildings and Designs, directly at the publishing house Ernst Wasmuth und Söhne. He commented on all these publications in his letters to Louise, who was his closest confidante. He also corresponded with numerous other peoples and exchanged views with them on politics, arts, and architecture. Among them, the writer Ernst Cohn-Wiener, the medical doctor Georg Kohn, and of course, the astrophysicist Erwin Finlay-Freundlich, with whom he discussed the construction of observatories. For Mendelsohn's work as an architect, the months in Latvia became a stroke of luck, and I show you why. He had a lot of time and opportunity to draw, as he had no use for his spotlight train in the Baltic summer. It's up here in this region where he was. There, the nights are so bright that no artificial lighting is needed. Mendelsohn used the white nights, the so-called white nights, to put his architectural visions on paper. He called them faces and regretted that there was no mechanical connection between the inner images and the hand drawing them on paper. The mostly tiny drawings he sent to Louise. It's just one example. Pencil sketches that fix the contour lines, as well as pictures in which he draws the spatial surfaces in starkly contrasting black and white. Louise sent him the drawing utensils and secured his ability to work physically by sending foodstuff from Bavaria, like butter, and quite practically by fixing the sketching following his instructions. We learn that the outbreak of Mendelssohn's creativity in 1917, the very many of his sketches that form the basis of his later work, was made possible through two facts: the kind of falling asleep of the Russian front and the very special conditions in the very north of Europe around midsummer, when the sun doesn't set lower than -6 degrees. Anyone who has ever experienced the so-called white nights, famous in St. Petersburg, will be able to emphasize with the excitement described by Mendelssohn. The body says, "I'm tired," and the eyes say, "You can't go to bed, it's daytime." During these so-called night watches, which was no night, when the light, however, was almost as bright as daytime, he created, on the one hand, pure fantasy works. We all know them. They are factories, aircraft hangars, and even some sketches for music that he heard inside his head. There are letters where they exchange about certain pieces of music between Louise and Erich, and he drew them. On the other hand, he was already occupied at this early stage with the topic of observatories, about which he exchanged ideas with Erwin Finlay-Freundlich. Since the correspondence ends in November 1917, Erich most probably came home for the winter to be sent back to war in March 1918. Firstly, he took part in a 10-week training course for officer aspirants in Libau, today Liepāja, in the very far west of Latvia. So again in the east. After a 2-week home leave at the beginning of June 1918, he was transferred to the Western Front. After all, he traveled via Gütersloh, Cologne, Aachen to Brussels, and from there to his place of deployment, Pont-du-Hem, west of Lille in France. The front there was fiercely contested. He reported on air raids and umbrella lights, which the British used to illuminate the front in order to light up the targets for their bombs. Pont-du-Hem was in German hands since mid-April and was kept until mid-September 1918. When you search Pont d'Uem in Google Maps, all you see today is just a small roadside hamlet and the military cemetery for over 1,500 war casualties commemorated there in the middle of agricultural land. He was now a vice sergeant in the hand of Searchlight Squad. Due to the terrible, brutal military situation on the Western Front, he had much less time to design architectural ideas, and the last Oscars gave 4 Oscars to the film All Quiet on the Western Front, and it shows obviously very strongly how bad this kind of front has been. For me, it's a wonder that nevertheless, it was during that summer of 1918 that the designs for the observatory later realized as the Einstein Tower in Potsdam was created. And I show you the trigger, the letter of Finlay Freundlich of the 2nd July in 1918, in which he precisely described his ideas for the Astrophysical Institute in Potsdam. You can't read it. Ein Betonturm, a tower of concrete. It's very clearly described what is needed. It's the clear program of that building, and Mendelsohn uses this to create the tower that was meant to be used as a institute to prove Einstein's theory of relativity. Mendelsohn corresponded intensively with Finlay Freundlich, the spiritus rector of the project in Berlin. At the beginning of September 9, and I'll show you just one of the sketches, the early one, which is very similar to or very close to the sketch of the astrophysicist. I go back because this is really a technical drawing. It's not really architecture. He describes precisely what he needed. So Mendelsohn starts to design very near to the design or the sketch of Freundlich, and becomes more and more liberate to make a work of art, a work of architecture of this probable work. At the beginning of September 1918, Erich came to Berlin on home leave, only to be sent back to the front again in mid-September. Fortunately, one must say, he fell ill on the way and had to interrupt the journey shortly after the German border in Herbestal near Eupen in Belgium, due to the severe stomach pains and fever. He was transferred to a Bavarian military hospital in Halle, south of Brussels. There he lied until the end of October, behind the front, which could be heard and from which wounded soldiers were brought in. Mendelssohn's condition improved only slowly. I guess he had caught the Spanish influenza, which was rampant at the military hospitals. On the 27th and 28th of October, he was on the way home and wrote to Louise from Aachen, where the train for the light sick made a stopover on the way to Berlin. So he wrote a letter, brought it to the post in Aachen, and then the train continued its way. Immediately after his return, he founded his architectural practice. In 1920, so this was the end of the kind of Einstein Tower at this time, because there was no money yet so to build the tower, and there was the end of the war, so nobody could think about building this institute. But in 1920, many letters document the working on the realization of the Einstein Tower. So after 1 year of break, together with the documents of the building authorities and the institute, they make the building process transparent. And I show you just other sketches of the tower. This is from the 1920, from 1920. One that already shows the tower more nearer to the later realized building. And this is another famous, colorful sketch where you also see the nearness to the expressionist artists he knew from Munich, where he studied architecture. So you may ask, why is this story relevant to the project of nominating outstanding works of Mendelsohn to UNESCO's World Heritage List? Should we not just look at the buildings? Yes and no is my answer. Naturally, the buildings are the core of the entire initiative. They are the objects that must fulfill the conditions of the UNESCO. We are discussing the ones on the shortlist at present. But for a deeper understanding, we must see and explain them in the context in which they were created. We call this the narrative. What tells the story behind the buildings more than personal statements in letters, building files, books, records, letters to clients, friends and colleagues, assistants, or lectures to students? Especially when they are supplemented by photographic prints of all the buildings and the family albums in the Getty Research Institute. In addition, he illustrates his lectures. The totality of the material contained in the two Mendelsohn estates in Berlin and Los Angeles is the breeding ground of our knowledge, which goes far beyond his built work. Show you a nice picture. I took the World War I years to explain what I mean. I could have also spoken about the period between the turn of the year 1932 to 33 and the emigration in end of March 31. It's an amazing exchange of letters, especially with Salman Schocken, who was not in Berlin, and Louise was not in Berlin, so there was an exchange with Erich in Berlin, and we know very well the discussions about these people where Louise and Salman Schocken were on the south coast of France at the time. So I could also, I'm sorry. I could have also taken the period around 32 to 33, which is of the greatest interest in personal, professional, and general political terms. All the struggles of the Mendelssohns to become acquainted to the American way of life, including the change in the habits of the American colleagues when Mendelssohn began to be a rival for commissions. I chose my topic in order to raise awareness of the importance of the estate in the Berlin Art Library, Kunstbibliothek Staatliche Museen zu Berlin, and the Getty Research Institute in Los Angeles. The works on paper, like sketches, letters, lecture manuscripts, books, clippings, etc., are of great importance. To summarize, the well-chosen title of the conference is Erich Mendelsohn and the Architecture of Dialogue. I want to emphasize that the dialogical nature of his buildings become evident in the design process and in the many layers surrounding the built works. We need to bear this in mind when formulating the outstanding universal value. The Mendelssohn archives are indispensable when dealing with Mendelssohn's work. Like with Oskar Niemeyer, they should be considered to become a UNESCO's memory of the world. By this, the UNESCO wants to enhance public awareness about the significance of documentary heritage among the wider public. I believe that the nomination of selected building for the World Heritage List should be flanked by the nomination of the works on paper as memory of the world. Thank you very much.
As you could see, the technical problems have encroached on our session. So we do want to have a short discussion. And Yes, you can hear me. So if we can stretch the attention span for another 15 minutes, maybe we'll have a short discussion of this work. Comments? We'll try. Let's have. Okay, so if you can have the lights on, and if Paul, Caroline, and Regina can join us in the front, and we are trying to get Michael in Zoom. Okay, so first, any questions from the audience? And especially about the repeated question, what is the connection to our effort to articulate the outstanding universal value of Mendelsohn? But any question about the value of the philosophical approach, the cultural context in which this modernism was developed will be warmly welcomed.
I mean, it's not so much a question, but the statement that these lectures were extremely different in content, although they all showed really the topic of dialogue. And we have, I think what Regina said was very important, that we have to flank the OUVs with the works on paper, the written and the sketched things. And I also think that the whole Buberian and Schocken, this is also a matter of dialogue. So I think all, and the lecture online, which, yeah. So, so I think this shows that the context and the narrative is very, very important. So to start now with single questions, I think it's quite difficult for me, at least, because this is maybe something to talk with the speakers over coffee. But I think, yeah, because I have many questions, but they are small details, so I don't want to ask them. But I think what came out is that the context and the narrative is very, very, very important. And even that Regina didn't talk about the philosophical context, but it shows very, very clearly that there is a wider context that should be, I don't know how, but that should go into the application of the inscription of to the UNESCO World Heritage List. So this is more a comment. And thank you.
Anybody? If not, I have plenty of. I wanted to ask you. There are several issues that came over, and most of the talks were concentrated on the early phase of Mendelssohn's career, and especially the architectural ones were about the expressionism, the aesthetic expressionism that came as a result. But I want to especially depart from maybe Paul's beginning with cultural politics, that politics cannot produce culture, but culture can produce politics. And I think this is a very pertinent statement in this context outside of this room as well. Can we see in this expressionism just a jumping board to his modernism, and the reason that we are trying to see the context that Caroline has shown? Oh, Michael is here with us. I hope he can hear us.
can we see in this expressionism more kind of a philosophical stance that goes further and develops into a modernism that is dialogic in nature? My suspicion and what I was hoping that we can discuss in this session is that architectural historiography has locked Mendelsohn into the expressionist idiom. And actually, he himself tried to escape it and to be much more engaging with the requirements of economics, of politics, of materials, of everything that the city modernity was putting in his face. And I'll try to put it more directly. What in this historical and philosophical context that we were listening to today can be discussed as a basis for a further dialogic architecture, or let's say aesthetic and formal expression, spatial expression to architecture of dialogue.
I'm an architect. And
no, but philosophically, can we see the evolution of the earliest Orient? We talked about expressionism and Orientalism as an interrelated concept, and how can they develop into a further?
Well, from the perspective of an architect, but an Israeli citizen who was deeply disturbed about current events, but actually go much back, further back in the Zionist project. I was inspired by Rene, if you allow me, to mention your paper, your work. Yeah, this doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. You use expression, or you refer to Mendelssohn's, is trying to at least identify a Semitic idiom for the Zionist project. That I found very promising, seminal, and unfortunately, not fully developed. As you indicated, that there was tension between the Zionist school focused in Tel Aviv, as opposed to Mendelssohn's reservations about that, the thrust of just bringing European modernism to the land, as opposed to developing, or at least seeking an idiom, an architectural idiom that would give expression to the hopes that we are returning to the Orient, but also in collaboration with the indigenous population, the Palestinians. That I find inspiring and worthy of exploring and enhancing. So,
Caroline?
I don't think I have any specific things to add. It's such a large question. I think it's hard for me to answer this in one sentence. But I want to come back to something Regina said, and which I think is really very basic and important, like to include the letters and the drawings as an important context to understand like the time in which Mendelsohn worked and the things he emphasized in his drawings or in his letters as a basis to start off, and to see also like how complex these things sometimes are. Like sometimes there are little illusions and hints in letters, and they're not really like framed. It's hard to follow, but interesting.
We are. Well, what I really like with these letters, and why I put such a strong emphasis on it, it's because you get personal insight in the situation of the time. So what you should do is read parallel to the letters, the newspapers, or you get everything commented. So this is really kind of a panorama of the time. And I think we need to see especially Mendelssohn's work as a work of an architect living and working in the first half of the 20th century. And I was in the Berlin Art Library 2 months ago because we are preparing a research project on the assistants and collaborators in the different offices. And I was just looking, is there enough stuff for it? And I was so happy what I found, because there are letters to all different kinds of architects, of friends, of also of people with whom he did not really go on the same, they didn't share opinions, but you can really have an insight in what was important at the time, and he also comments very strictly, for example, on Sageby. Sageby was working for Mendelsohn on the construction of the Columbus House. And he turned to be a Nazi architect within nothing. He was the one who built the Reichsluftfahrtministerium and all the airports like Tempelhof, like Riem, like Stuttgart and so on. And after the war, he writes to Mendelsohn, "Can't you write me a letter of recommendation that I was a good assistant?" And he says, "No, I won't write you that letter." How come? I mean, you know what I mean? This is it. You can really go into this whole story by different people. It's also Döcker who writes. He wanted Döcker to join him to England, and then he writes. He didn't come, and then Döcker writes him a letter from 1945-46. "Oh, I'm a poor architect in Stuttgart. It's all very much destroyed, and you must see how bad we are suffering here." And Mendelssohn says, "What? Do you know what it means to found an office 5 times in different countries? Do you know what this means? I have no Mitleid. Was ist das? I'm no passion, emphasis, compassion for that."
I would just like to add that all the written material is, of course, excellent to understand Mendelssohn, but also he of course commented on political situations. He was one of the very few architects who really was politically minded, and he in every situation here in Palestine, he wrote this Palestine and the World of Tomorrow, and other articles in Palestine Post and other journals, and it works. Yeah, you hear me? No. And in Germany, he wrote about the situation with the upcoming, the rising of the National Socialists.
Can-
Yeah, you understood what I meant. So the written material is to understand him, but he also wrote commented on political situation wherever he was. Also in America, wherever he was, you have political statements and comments on the situations, and he always looked. Really, the word dialogue is excellent. He always looked also to start dialogues with the place where he was. He tried to become an American. He tried to become a Palestinian, a Zionist or a cultural Zionist. In England, it was a bit different, and so on. So.
Thank you for your lovely talks. I learned a lot. I want to look at the title and something that Michael said, and you said, Paul. I'm thinking about, for me, history is something to learn and to interpret to our days. And I think that, especially here in Israel now, but generally, dialogue is something very important. And I think that for me, thinking of dialogue is thinking, is architect is a dialogue, not the architect. Is the object that we do, and we're putting in the word, open a dialogue, do something in a domain, like between the person and the others. I'm thinking of Levinas, that very close, like we can think about Buber and then Levinas taking Buber, not equalize between the self and the other, but the self responsible for the other. And I think that this is very important to looking at this object and thinking, can we learn as architect how to do an architect that is a dialogue, that open a dialogue, and not just the architect? Because the architect is like a kind of, is like a regular person really. And if he's involved like any political activities, so we worship him, at least me. I think it's very important. But if the object do it, when he left, when we cannot read his interesting, like I thought, wow, you know, what kind of relationship he has with his wife, written about all these subjects. But not just this, looking when the architect is not there, looking at the object and said, this is a dialogue. And I think it's very important to realize and to think why it's worth to go to ICOMOS. It's not just the history, it's how this history interprets our time.
Okay.
Ryszard Nakonieczny, Gliwice, Gleiwitz. I would like to add to your speech that Erich Mendelsohn's works is a dialogue, especially in Gleiwitz. Regina wrote about it because he put his building in the corner of existing structures and he transformed something from the side buildings, expressing in his building differently, but serving the height, serving even taking even the special lights from the neighbor buildings, so he can combine his individual white architecture into the very historical, not avant-garde buildings. So his work in Gliwice, is a dialogue with the context. So I think the buildings of Erich Mendelsohn is a dialogue. I don't know how about other buildings is that situation working, but I think, well, it can be works very well.
Thank you very much. I want to just pick up for a moment of what on what Edna did, and I think we should raise maybe it's very important every detail in every building, but we also should think about it conceptually. What is for architectural discourse these days and its challenges? What can it benefit from looking back at Mendelssohn's work? And I think that the idea of getting to its philosophical underpinning and the way that is Orientalism and Expressionism can be interpreted differently as a contribution to modernism. He brought something that is, and I'm sorry that Michael is not here on the screen because we started to argue about it, and I think that this is really important to reread his expressionism not as a stylistic trend within modernism, but to understand it via all the things that Caroline and Regina have digged in the archives and via the newspaper and via the intellectual colleagues and so on to really seek what is the modernism that is articulating. And he was very explicit about the idea that he retired from the expressionism of the Einstein Tower because he needed to engage things very concrete, in a very concrete way, and also that it cannot be a stable object, that is architecture all the time responds to every change that happens in every site. And the idea, this
amazing idea that you put here of establishing 5 times the office, but not only to establish and open 5 times an architectural office, but also to do completely different architecture in every place. And it's not just the context, the immediate context, it's about a tendency, about a philosophical approach to practicing architecture in a place that changes one from the other and changes all the time within. So I think that if we can maybe crack this thing, we can do something that is more pertinent to the here and now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for pointing on the architecture. I'm absolutely with you. I just wanted to make a second line because I think we need to keep this in mind and well, the two institutions, the Kunstbibliothek and the Getty Research Institute, are very strong supportive for our initiative. But naturally, we are looking on the architecture. And I would like to make an example how much he reflects on the neighborhood, on that kind of dialogue. And you were talking about Pivice. Pivice. It's okay. Okay. It makes me nervous when it makes. Okay. So when we have a look at the Mosse Verlagshaus, publishing house in Berlin, which is an absolutely was an absolute new idea to have this horizontal band of windows with this aisle-like stories, end of the stories that he put on the original building. When you look very closely at them, at this building, you will realize, not today because the reconstruction was badly done, so this is why it's not on the short list, but when you look at the original pictures or photographs, all the drawings, you will realize that he connected very refinedly the old building with the new building, or better, the new building with the old building by the format of the windows, for example. They are exactly the same size as the one in the Attica of the old building from Krämer and Wolfenstein. So there is a very strong connection. And this building was only to be built there because it was, you always realize what is in the neighborhood, where do we arrive, where do we see the building, what speed do we have when we drive along. It's different when you have a street where you have motor cars or when you just have a walk. So that it's always a dialogue with the surrounding buildings, with the surrounding climate, with the surrounding topography, and so on. And I think this is something, and this is why I like your term with the architecture of dialogue, because it all reacts. It's always a reaction and an interpretation of what is already there. And this makes this architecture so very special, I think. And this is kept through all the time. And we will see that when we look at the building this afternoon.
Just may respond to your comments. Dialogue, as we've understood, is not simply a conversation. Dialogue can take place without words. He uses the term meeting, a meeting between one individual and another individual, both in their integrity, not producing the other object, not revealing that he or she is an object. And I think what you're suggesting is that, indeed, Mendelssohn's architectural sensibility was the building that was surrounding. I'd like to make another comment, if I may, going back to the distinction in culture, and it's just not culture means more than just culture. It means a sensibility and civilization. One of the founding impulses of the Enlightenment was that with technological advancement, human beings will be refined. And already with, get name dropping, but the luminaries of German thought, there was a sense that there's a distinction between the technological advancement of society, civilization, and culture. And here comes an issue that I'd like to raise. We no longer have correspondence, we have email. So technology has destroyed the very font of sensibilities of concerns that around your work. I'm not leaving any book, a couple letters, love letters to my wife. I hope she keeps them. The kind of, but my email is not preserved. So here we have the vicious tension between technological advancement and culture. If I understood correctly from all of you, that Mendelsohn was concerned about architecture serving the tool, not simply technological advancement. I think it's a crucial lesson.
Yeah, I guess in sake of our stomachs, we'll continue the conversation near the table, although I really would like to emphasize what you said right now, because I think that the idea of putting them together has a lot to do, and I hope you'll be able to participate in our workshops later on, because there's something very, very deep there that we need to pinpoint. Thank you very much for participating in this session. Where is them? Okay, so the speakers are invited to our faculty meeting with faculty room. I will show you, and we will convene here at it. Okay, 1:15 because of the delay. Okay.
תודה רבה.
יופי, איזה כיף שאתם נראות כאן כל היום. מעולה, אין עליהם, נכון? רחל. יופי, בהצלחה, ביי.
אוקיי.
Okay, so they come back. I will have תראה לי איפה חדר המרצה בבקשה.
אוקיי. היא תיקח. אני אולי לדבר עם קטי, לשאול אותו אם זה אמוציונלי, המעבר.
לא, לא נזוז.
אני יכול לבדוק אם זה אופציה, כאילו.
קטי הוא לא הכתובת, איך שלא נהפוך את זה. אחת ברבע נחזור. לא כדי.
טוב, שאלה נורא ספציפית, אבל יאללה, מה פתאום בשביל זה אתה? אסלאמים שלמד בזה שזה שורשיו אצלנו שבא בספרד, זה כל דבר אחר.
מה סוכם עם ההרצאה של לואיזה הלטון? אתה מצלם ואפשר לשדר אותה לייב בקישור הזה?
זה שם את כל האופרציה.
זה יהיה, כן? הקלטה תהיה?
תהיה הקלטה, אבל לא שידור.
לא יהיה שידור.
צריך להשאיר את כל המערך הזה כאן ולבוא עם מצלמה אחרת.
בסדר.
אבל לא יהיה עליי.
זה לא יהיה לייב, אבל זה יקלט ונעלה את זה ליוטיוב.
כן.
אני אגיד יש כמה מרצים.
אחד, שתיים, שלוש, אחד, שתיים, שלוש. אחד, שתיים, שלוש, אז לא, זה לא ברור.
בסדר, אז אני רוצה להכיר אותך. מה היית אומר שהדבר הכי, מה...
טוב, רציתי לשמוע שאת בסדר. ישן טוב.
ארטיום? נשפך פה קצת קפה, יש איזה עובד כאן שיכול לסדר? מצוין. מחר נביא להם עוד.
אז היא רחוקים לבית אותה על הארצה.
נראה לי שטוח.
בסטודיו, כמה אני רוצה שאני לחקור את הנושא הזה.
סיפור איזה עזרה.
לא, הייתי חושב,
לא רעש של מדעים?
לא, זה בכלל לא.
זה מתוך המשחק כבוד?
סתם, חשבתי. חשבתי,
זה לא רעש של מדעים?
בבקשה, אולי לצטט את זה מכתב. שנייה רגע, קלטתי משהו רגע משהו. רק שנייה. אני אתקשר אליך עוד שנייה.
זה כאילו בשביל להתקבל לכל המעט הצרה.
תודה רבה.
מצוין.
תשאיר את זה רגע בחוץ, לדעתי זה גם מה שעושה פה את כל הבעיות.
1, 2, 3.
ונקי. הכבל הזה בקצר, יש לך במקרה חליפים? רק שמשתית.
למה שניים?
למה אחד?
כן, ברגע אחד אולי אחד מהם. יש לך, היה לו קודם ככה, בוא לקבע את זה, תזוזה ככה, אתה רואה גם שומעים את הרחש כזה.
בוא נראה לך פצצה,
הוא בעצם ברגע שהוא זז, הוא עושה קצר במערכת, ואז זה נסגר כי הוא החוטי הוא עדין. זה הקטע היה. לא, תודה. כן, תודה. עכשיו קלטתי ושמעתי את הפיק הזה, אם זה מה שיש בעיה. יש מצב שיש לך עוד כבל, אגב, אתה לא היית מודע לזה, אבל יש פה יופי של יכולת החיבור לאיטים, אבל כאן, זה לא קונדר.
יודע לפעמים פה, לפעמים פה, זהו, הכל עובד. אולי לא נשתמש בכל הרמקולים, יש פה 8 כרגע באוויר. ואני אשתמש רק ב4.
תנסה, אבל לא, זה לא העניין. יש לך את הנייר דלק שזה, איפה ארטיום?
ארטיום מהלך.
אפשר לשאול אותם אם מישהו שמצגת שרוצה לעובד לאנשים. עכשיו יש לנו את המשאב שמגיע להם הסרטונים וכל החומרים.
אל תמצא בלים כל רגע, יש לך תגיד איפה הדאפטר שלך, הנייר דלק? בוא נעשה את אותה תנגני רגע משהו. ארץ? כן, איפה? כן, שמע, קלטתי מה הבעיה. הכבל מתחבר לזה, עושה קצר כל הזמן, וזה מה ש... תסתכל, כבל ה-PL. שים לב.
זה שונה, אבל ממש טוב.
זה התגמנות, מה שקורה, תקל.
אני מתחק בין השיניים ובחורה. זה של המערכת, כן.
זה נשאר גם ככה למחר? בסדר, לא צריך להגיד, זה החשמל שלו. 1, 2, 3, 4, עכשיו הכל נראה...
עכשיו רק תביא את הסטנד ותשים את זה בסטנד, ואז נראה. זה האיש. תמיד תשם אותו בסטנד, אבל אין סטנד, עזוב.
ארץ, למה מה זה?
לא, לקחנו את החלק שמחזיק את המיקרופון. אני חושב שאת צודקת.
תביא, תשאיר את זה פה. בוא נעשה... הבעיה היא רק החלק
כמה דורות יפה? מה הסיפור?
אם אתה יכול, כן.
יש לי חצי שעה לאכול.
סליחה. לא, הקטע שגם הם לא שמו מילים בכלל בהבנה, לא מישהו שצריך לעשות מערכת. לא מיקרופון, יש מיקרופונים כאלה, שאתה יכול לדבר מיקרופון. זה ברגע שבן אדם לא יודע להחזיק, אז לא שומע. טוב, בוא נראה. יש שם, ראיתי אבל זה בסדר.
אצלנו גם, פתחתי את הקופסה שיש שם צד ימין הלבנה, יש קופסה שקוראים להם עוד גם אני אומרת את
הייתה פה בעיה כל הזמן של המיקרופונים, וקלטתי, אני יושב מול הזה שמישהו הוציא את הפלאג, שמעתי את הקצר, אז הבנתי מה הבעיה. למה אתה? לא, כל זה. לא. אני רואה לי כל ממש, אני רואה לי. בשבילי. כן. בטח. הוא העובדה שלי. כן. אז מה שחשבתי זה לא יודע מה, איך זה אביתם עליה, אבל מכתב קטן שלך, כאילו, משהו. כן? כן. ולהסכים להיכנס, המטפלת אסור לעשות, נכון? אבל אם המשפחה מממנת ונכנסת, טוב, זה לא יודע כמה זה עולה, זה עולה אנשים, לפחות תסכים. אסור מטפלת, אבל להכניס למקום שיקומי בתשלום. כן, ואז בבת אחת פותרים את כל הקטע הזה. כן. מתרוצצת. כן. העוגה שלי.
So could you please take your seat in order to enable us to start with the session, please? So I would like to welcome you to the second session of this conference. It's the session about the lighting films. The films are meant to present all the buildings on the shortlist and also buildings that are at present not on the shortlist, because we want to discuss which buildings are in a state of conservation that is well enough to be for the nomination as a World Heritage Site. For this, you must know that the UNESCO imposes very strong criteria on the state of conservation, on the integrity and authenticity of a building. And if we want to be successful, we have to very carefully think about two things. The one is the outstanding universal value. We will discuss about that tomorrow. So why Mendelsohn on the World Heritage List must be? Why not another architect? I think we have enough ideas and arguments for that, but we need to write that down. And there's a whole book about criteria and arguments and so on of the UNESCO that we have to follow. But this is something for tomorrow. The other thing is that the buildings must be in a state of conservation that is so good that we can nominate them as a World Heritage Site. Since nobody can visit all the places where Mendelsohn built around the Northern Hemisphere, we decided to make short presentations of about 10 minutes of each of the buildings nominated for us on the shortlist, not nominated, on the shortlist at present. So in the discussion, and to facilitate the discussion and also to make it easier to follow for those that are not in the deep, very deep Mendelsohn research, I decided to make a chronological order. So I'm very glad that the director of Borussia, Kulturgemeinschaft Borussia from Olsztyn, is with us. Olsztyn was named Allenstein during the German period of that region. And so she is representative of his hometown. And it's also the first work of art of Mendelsohn, work of art, I say, because it's near to the art. He was still a student in Munich when he built it. And there are quite strong connections, but I won't say more about that. I'm very happy that you're here. And I just passed you the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be a part of Erich Mendelsohn initiative and to be here today in Haifa and to present you Bet Tahara. Erich Mendelsohn is rightfully known as one of the master builders on the 20th century. But before his great career began in the 1920s, while he was a student at the Technical University in Munich, he already had his first building erected. This was a Jewish cemetery complex that Mendelsohn built in his hometown of Allenstein in former East Prussia, now Olsztyn, Poland. The complex includes two buildings for an existing Jewish cemetery, the Bet Tahara and the gardener's house where the cemetery keeper lived. This is a very special building among all the buildings Mendelsohn has created, not only because it is his first. For years and decades, the Bet Tahara was not present in the consciousness of architectural historians. This makes the story of its rediscovery and rescue all the more exciting. Yes, the cemetery hall was finished and ceremoniously opened in 1913. It served the Jewish community of Allenstein for about 30 years until the Second World War. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can see here some pictures of Allenstein, now Olsztyn, the time of Erich Mendelsohn. And maybe you know one of these photos. It's the Mendelsohn family house in the old town square. And on the right side, you can see his father's shop downstairs. Right. You can. Mhm. Yeah, it's another photo from this time. And it's the photo of course, a historical one of the middle school in Allenstein, which Erich Mendelsohn attended. It's still there. Yes. Okay, and we can see Bet Tahara. Here are the plans of it. And we have only two historical photos of the Bet Tahara from the pre-war times. We can find it in the Bruno Zevi book, which you probably, all of you know. After 1945, a part of German province of East Prussia, the architect's homeland, was assigned to Poland. Thus his birthplace, Allenstein, became the Polish Olsztyn. The Bet Tahara and the gardener's house were forgotten, or rather unknown, after World War II in the town, much like Mendelsohn himself. In the early 1950s, the buildings were nationalized and then heavily rebuilt so that the state archives could move in. From then on until 1996, the two buildings served as file storage. Also, some examples of pictures from this time. So there you can see the both buildings built by Mendelsohn, and you can see the room with the David done on the. It's the main room of the Bet Tahara during the time of state archives. I would just, only after the painstaking process of rediscovery and unveiling, the first work slowly began in the 90s. I would just like to emphasize that it was a group of active Polish citizens, a civil society organization called Borussia, which I represent today, which had imposed the task of saving the Bet Tahara on itself, and despite many problems and challenges, carried out the individual stages of the restoration with tireless determination. Behind this was and is one key idea for us. We as Poles and today's inhabitants of Olsztyn-Allenstein share the responsibility for Mendelssohn's estate. We are the co-heirs of his cultural heritage. In 2005, Borussia finally leased the building and saved them from decay. The owner today is the Foundation for the Preservation of Jewish Heritage in Poland. The Bet Tahara was reconstructed and renovated in very, very small, painstaking stages. It took us 8 years. And in 2013, 100 years after it was built, the Bet Tahara was largely restored by Borussia to its original condition. You can see here our small steps on the way of restoration of Bet Tahara. And it was really a very complicated process, but you will see we are successful. Let us now try to take a look at the buildings during a virtual walk through it. So I have to show you another. We don't necessarily need the music, maybe, but okay, I will talk to you. You can hear to the music too. Music, it's not bad if we speak about Mendelsohn. Yes, in his first ever design, the young Mendelsohn developed independent new solutions for the building brief he had received from the Jewish community.
I don't see that. Linkshänder. Ich muss die andere Hand nehmen. No, we need to see it. Oh, you don't see the movement. Just a second. We're doing it. How do we get there? So, schauen wir mal, das ist mal klein. Und wo ist jetzt? Ja, bitte. Which one is it? Okay. We need to stop. I think we need to stop the PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, maybe yes.
First of all,
to
the
shut it?
PowerPoint.
This one?
Close it. And then there should be the film. Ja, genau. Maybe we should restart it. It's not very long. So, jetzt. Okay.
Thank you. The cemetery buildings in Allenstein-Austin are not as monumental and representative as was customary at the time. Mendelsohn did the exact opposite in many respects. The complex consists of two simple plain volumes, each with a plain sloping roof. Standing along the narrow street, they appear low and restrained. The exterior is modest, characterized by the row of vertical windows. However, Mendelsohn used interesting elements. For example, the plaster contains mica particles that glitter in the sun. While the facade is simple, the interior surprises in many ways. The Tahara house forms a kind of getaway to the cemetery. Inside there are three groups of rooms, strictly symmetrical in structure, which are linked to a form or sequence of rooms as an enfilade. The first room section is composed of a group of 4 small rooms and served as preparation for the funeral service. The vestibule served as a meeting room. To the left, in the Tahara room, the ritual purification of the deceased was performed. The Tahara room had to be largely reconstructed. No clear function could be assigned to the two rooms on the right. The second room section, and we are now in this part of Bet Tahara, was completely taken over by the main hall of the building, namely the morning hall. I will go into more detail about this room in a moment. The third room section was analogous to the first group of rooms, consisting of 4 rooms. The hall led through the large door to the cemetery. To the left was probably the room of the Kohanims. Special rules of ritual purity applied to them. They were not allowed to stay under the same roof as the dead. Roof under roof was an innovative solution that Mendelsohn had applied to cope with the ritual tasks. As already mentioned, the most representative room is the Bet Tahara. In the Bet Tahara was the domed morning hall. It is located in the center of the cemetery complex. Of the cemetery complex, and has a square floor plan 7 meter by 7 meter. Hemispherical domes were common as the crown of the morning halls, but Mendelsohn developed a new dome shape in Allenstein. He had a pyramid-shaped construction made of wood and plaster built. The shape evokes association with a tent. Mendelsohn thus consciously threw on pictorial symbols that were deeply rooted in the Jewish faith and that evoked association and emotions. He deliberately and purposely created a unique supernatural atmosphere in the room. As you have seen, in the center of the room is a large Star of David set in the terrazzo, and the ground floor zone of the room is kept simple. The walls are reddish purple, articulated only by simple pilasters. At the sides, the hall is bordered by the pillars, which are decorated with sapphire green mosaic bands. In the room, there is a frieze decorated with 2 rows of triangular patterns. Above it, a Hebrew inscription was set into the plaster with golden mosaic stones, which has not been restored yet. Above it, the dome begins and stretches out in the shape of a curved pyramid. A depth effect is created by trapezoidal cassette-like elements in the dome. 16 ultramarine blue-ribbed lines additionally emphasize the vertical effect of the dome. Above this, painting with floral ornaments decorate the top of the boat. The painting is crowned by the golden Star of David. All the elements, the paintings and mosaics, their expressiveness, colorfulness, and dynamic create a unique effect that the whole radiates and that unfolds when you enter it. Yes, the main room in the Bet Tahara is often described by our visitors as overwhelming and sublime. Since 2013, so for exactly 10 years, because the opening was on the 21st of March 2013, the Bet Tahara building houses a center of intercultural dialogue. which we call Mendelsohn House. Meetings, debates, lectures, workshops, exhibitions on historical, regional, literary and artistic topics, civil society projects, for example, for young people about democracy, and architectural workshops take place here. We commemorate the life and work of the great architect who was ahead of his time and worked across borders. But Tahara has become a place of meeting, of remembrance and dialogue, entirely in the spirit of its great architect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. I mean, everybody who has seen the Olsztyn Bet Tahara before is just happy about it. Because when I was there first time, it was really a ruin. There were a reinforced concrete ceiling in between, and I climbed up a ladder and had a look with my mobile and flashlight to see that there is a cupola. So we didn't know anything about it, and you made a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I would like now to continue with films that my students made. And we start with the Einstein Tower. I hope that this will work. Yeah. So Kamera.
The Einstein Tower. The Einstein Tower, one of the most famous works of the architect Erich Mendelsohn, was the breakthrough for his career. The building, constructed in 1920, is located on the Telegrafenberg in Potsdam and was commissioned by the physicist Erwin Finlay Freundlich. It was an observatory that once had the function of proving Einstein's theory of relativity in 1911. Mendelsohn's task was to design a shell that would serve as protection for the telescopes placed inside, while only following specification for the building interior. He had more freedom for the exterior design, which he used to create a building with a completely new design language. But what was the design process and how did this exceptional building come about? On 2nd of July 1918, Mendelsohn received a letter from his acquaintance Freundlich, whom he got to know through his wife Louise Maas. The letter was a request to draw a design for Freundlich's future observatory. Because I'm planning to build a small institute for my work, the director of the Potsdam Observatory has offered me a very favorable piece of land on the site of his observatory. If it could be arranged, I would try to get you to do the design for the external architecture, although it will not be a very lucrative job for you. Furthermore, in his letter, he explained how he envisioned the building. I had thought of it as follows. A concrete tower 50 meters high carries the small dome of 1.5 to 2 meters in a diameter at the top. The tower is double-walled. Its outer shell contains a completely isolated chimney. On this chimney stands a colostomy, which projects the image of the sun vertically downwards into an underground laboratory with the help of its mirrors. Then a gap, camera, diffraction grating for the generation of the spectrum are mounted on a horizontal concrete foundation. The underground laboratory is about 15 meters long and only as high and wide as necessary, as it should be kept at a constant temperature. Several rooms adjoin the laboratory: the room for the electric furnace, the room for the electric arc lamps, both well ventilated and equipped with connections to the high voltage system or air pumps. There is also a dark room and a study with an exit to the surface. After reading the letter, Mendelsohn immediately got to work. The first design was created while he was fighting at the French front. His first specific sketches were an attempt to combine functionality with a sense of purpose. There was no visible function at first glance, and there was no connection to the urban environment. Mendelsohn placed the entrance on the north side. Six steps lead to a platform, enclosed by a low concrete wall, and finally to the vestibule. From the entrance, a spiral staircase attached to the outer wall leads to the rear workroom. The sleeping area above, and the dome with the coelosty on top of the building. A wooden truss structure with its own foundation stands in the hollow spindle. The reason for the fact that the structure is not connected to the tower shell and the spiral staircase is to keep the coelosty vibration-free. The Carl Zeiss Jena coelosty captures sunlight and directs it via several mirrors and a tube to the laboratory in the basement. This installation has been preserved to this day and still functions. The roofs over the entrance and the bedroom are flat pitched. The rainwater running off them is drained by branch-like water spouts protruding from the building. A half-spiral staircase leads to the basement. Here you will find a laboratory, the room for the spectrograph, an equipment room, room for high voltage equipment, a dark room, and a microphotometer room. The construction of the tower is based on a mixed construction of concrete and bricks. Although Mendelsohn planned the tower as a pure reinforced concrete structure. However, formwork technology and materials were not yet fully developed, so a mixed construction of concrete and plastered brickwork was used. The desired impression of a homogeneous concrete structure was created by the fine-grained, ochre-colored spray plaster. The tower was damaged in World War II and underwent repair and several restorations, of which the one in the 1990s, financed by the Wüstenrot Foundation, was the most complex. Ever since then, the building is under constant control by the architect Held Pitz. At present, restoration works are being done. The building is under constant restoration due to the fact that concrete, masonry, and the molding plaster react different on the influence of temperature and humidity. The Einstein Tower is currently being restored. These photos were provided by the Wüstenrot Foundation and show the current state of work.
Thank you. This was a presentation that one of my students, Lena Erazzo-Neumann, made as a presentation for the seminar that I gave at the university. So was a bit different to those that we made especially for our conference now. I would like to continue with, what is the next? Since we are discussing about the buildings on the shortlist, the next one is again a German object. It's the Metal Workers Union building that we used to visit in last year during the conference.
The German Metal Workers Union was founded in 1891 in Stuttgart. It was only in 1928 that the union decided to move the headquarters to Berlin. The triangular-shaped building plot was situated in Berlin-Kreuzberg and was part of the urban renewal of Berlin under Martin Wagner. In 1929, the union held an invited competition. Participants were Paul Bonatz from Stuttgart and the Berlin architects Taut and Hoffmann, Erich Mendelsohn, and Rudolf W. Reichel. Mendelsohn started the design process, as we know, from his letters on the 14th of January 1929. I sit in the studio and started the metal worker. Most interesting is folio 2035, with 28 sketches. All these studies combine a higher head structure at the apex of the triangle, with lower wings along its legs. The legs are connected by a two-story building. The union shows Mendelssohn's design and commissioned him together with Rudolf W. Reichel. The building application was submitted as early as 23rd of April 1929 and finally approved on 2nd of October 1929. The inauguration took place on 16th of August 1930. So from the first sketch to the inauguration took 20 months. Thereof, the construction work only 14 months, despite a strike by construction workers. The chosen construction was reinforced concrete. It offered the opportunity to set up large-scale office spaces, subdivided only by the concrete columns. The building had hosted the Board of the Union. This was made visible by the design of the floors, as well by usage of the building material. The main entrance is in the middle of the head building. The double-leaf glass entrance door is flanked by large shop windows, the row of which continues along the entire wing to the Lindenstraße on the left. The wide lobby leads to the main staircase. It is a wide spiral staircase lit by large vertical bands of windows and a lighting fixture made of glass hemisphere, daredevil glass panes, and fluorescent tubes. Left and right of the staircase were a lift and a paternoster. The slightly curved two-story building connects the side wings. It served the Union's print shop with the very heavy printing presses. Editorial offices, bookbinding, and other workspaces were placed in the ground and first floor of the right side wing to the Alte Jakobstraße. The upper floors have office and administrative spaces in the two wings as well as in the head building. The corridors connecting the offices are on the sides to the courtyard. Thanks to the reinforced concrete construction, the horizontal band of windows flows uninterrupted along the entire corridors. The Union Meeting Room, the most important space in the building, is in the top floor of the head building. It's marked on a facade by a rounded bay window supporting a flagpole. The square steel beams of the ceiling run concentrically towards the bay window. The light tubes are invisibly fixed in the recesses between them. Above the door and the shop windows, Mendelsohn sets in a row of windows showing that the load-bearing construction stand behind the windows. The canopy protecting the entrance was lit from the bottom. The facades of the head building were clad with shell limestone slabs and carried the logo of the Metal Workers' Union. In contrast, the administrative wings were smoothly plastered and painted white. The window frames of the head building were made of bronze, while the wings had white painted wooden window frames. The building was published in 1930 and served as a film plot for the UFA-film Die drei von der Tankstelle, the premiere of which was on the 15th of September 1930. Only 4 weeks after the opening of the building. After the National Socialists seized power in 1933, the building was occupied by the German Labor Front, Deutsche Arbeitsfront DAF. After 12 years and the heavy fighting during the conquest of Berlin, the building was badly damaged. The newly founded Western German IG Metall Industrial Union repaired and restored the building carefully and still uses it today. The building also serves as the headquarters of the Chamber of Architects Berlin. The usage and furbishment of the rooms has changed, but the building itself is in a very good state of conservation.
Thank you. So this was the Metal Workers Union building, and we continue with the Petersdorf store. So it's a presentation. Okay, it's not, so shall I continue with the films? Okay. 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 So then there is, the next one is already in Britain. It's the Delaware Pavilion.
Due to the anti-Semitic politics of the German government under Chancellor Hitler, Mendelssohn and his wife Louise left Germany in March 1933 to never come back again. Their first destination was Amsterdam, where they stayed with their friends Ellen and Heinrichus Theodorus Wiedefeld. In June 1933, they traveled to Great Britain. Mendelssohn was very warmly welcomed by colleagues and acquaintances, and quickly gained commissions for 2 private houses. Due to the fact that a foreign architect needed a domestic partner, Mendelssohn founded a new architectural practice together with Sir Chermayeff. Situated in the London Pantheon, Chermayeff had visited him earlier in Berlin several times. In 1934, they participated in a competition for a seaside resort on the south coast of England, in Bexhill-on-Sea. Its left-leaning Mayor Earl Buck Delaware initiated the competition in order to promote tourism in Bexhill, a small and somewhat sleepy town on the coast south of London, and linked to the capital by a direct train connection. The building plot was used as a public green and surrounded by brick-built Victorian terraced houses. The competition for Bexhill Entertainment Hall was published in September 1933. The designs were expected for early December 1933. The main features of the pavilion were to be an entertainment hall to seat 1,500 persons, to be used for concert, theatrical performances, lecture, etc., an entrance hall giving access to all public rooms, a restaurant available for dancing if necessary, to seat 200 persons, designed as a sun parlor with sliding or opening French windows, leading to a terrace facing the sea, a conference hall to seat 200 persons, which also could be used as a lecture hall, a reading room for newspapers and magazines, again in the form of a sun parlor, a lounge adjacent to the reading room. Erich Mendelsohn and Sir Chermayeff won the first prize and gained the commission. Mendelssohn drew a series of sketches on the basis of a profound knowledge of the side that is sloping towards the sea at the south. The design reacts on these natural circumstances. The heart of his design is a wide spiral staircase that serves as the backbone and pivotal point of the entire complex. The staircase is completely surrounded by large windows towards the south and therefore sun-drenched, facing the sea. To the left and to the right of the main staircase there are 2-story high long wings of the building, situated parallel to the seashore. While the wing to the left, facing south, is opened into a huge windows leading to a terrace and a long balcony, the west wing is almost completely closed to the south in order to make it usable as a cinema. The north side of the entire building is used for ancillary rooms such as kitchen, toilets, cloakroom, storage rooms, and also for the secondary staircase, etc. The building was erected as the first welded steel frame building in Britain, a technique that was used in Germany in the Weimar Republic. Mendelsohn had built the Columbus House on Potsdamer Platz, an early very refined high-rise in Berlin. There, as in other buildings in Germany, he integrated the nocturnal effect into his design, for example by installing a rail system that allows changing inscriptions to be mounted on the facade. This technique was used in Bexhill on the northern facade towards the city and is still working today as night photos show. The opening took place in December 1935 and was honored by the visit of Duke and Duchess of York, the later King George IV, father of Elizabeth II. During the Second World War, the pavilion was hit by a German bomb, which damaged the western end wall of the auditorium, the stage and backstage areas. After the D-Day in 1944, restoration of the pavilion was carried out under the supervision of Johannes Schreiner, who had been involved in the construction as Mendelssohn's assistant. He had worked for him already in Berlin. By the mid-1970s, the interior changed beyond recognition, and the exterior constantly suffered the effects of wind and salt. At this time, the pavilion seemed doomed, and the period of slow decay continued due to the economic situation in Britain until the early 1980s. But in 1985, the great listing of the building marked a turning point. In 1989, the new Pavilion Trust was established. Its aims were to achieve the building's restoration by funding, to promote knowledge and understanding of the building, and to campaign in order to raise the profile of the building and win recognition of it as both a national and an international landmark. From then on, the restoration and its funding was promoted by the Trust. The pavilion closed in 2003 for the restoration and refurbishment led by architects John McAslan and Partners, and funded by Arts Council England Lottery, Heritage Lottery, and English Heritage. It reopened on 15th of October 2005 with 2 art galleries, a new cafe bar, shop, and foyer, as well as the restoration of some key external and internal features, including the outdoor roof space. The building was carefully restored and presents itself today in a very good state of conservation.
Strange when those that do it are not here, but I will tell you that you like it. I hope so. I gave them the link, but so now we were in Britain and we continue with Palestine. So we have got a film about Schocken Library, Villa Weizmann, Anglo-Palestine Bank, and Villa Schocken. Why do we begin? Villa Weizmann, most probably.
Villa Weizmann. These pictures depict Chaim Weizmann on the left and Erich Mendelsohn on the right. Mendelsohn knew Weizmann at least since 1925, when they corresponded already concerning a private house for the Weizmann family to be built in Jerusalem. Chaim at this time was the president of the World Zionist Organization, but this plan was never realized. In 1934, a new attempt was made when Bera Weizmann bought the building plot in Rehovot near Tel Aviv. Mendelsohn was approached by the Weizmanns in his London office and joined them for the project in Rehovot in autumn 1934. The building plot in a citrus plantation offered a spectacular view to all directions. It was the starting point for Mendelsohn's design. Most probably already there, he started to design the site. 4 different sketches show the approach to the entrance of the villa. Created in the early stages, they were a reference point for Mendelsohn to design the building and to bring to paper how the building's character would feel seen from different angles. Like a promenade an architectural walk, the sheet shows the building from all 4 sides in different distances. The sketch titled Die Schleife, the loop, shows best how Mendelsohn integrated the building in the existing surroundings. Looking at the paths surrounding the house, it is not hard to imagine why it's called the loop. The building is situated on top of a hill surrounded by nature, which separates it to its quarter. The seclusion makes Mendelsohn's architecture speak for itself, unwavering like a ship on the ocean. The villa consists of one multi-layered volume with a courtyard that contains a pool and a tower in its heart. Affiliated to that is a small sidearm that edges a big terrace, initially used to enlarge the inner space for events. The house has 3 floors. These floors are connected by a spiral staircase. The ground floor was built as a representational event space for gatherings and parties. The first floor contained the private space for the Weizmanns, strolled by a big rooftop terrace. On the second floor is another small apartment accommodated. The different sized floors and levels are also readable from the outside. As is, of course, the prominent staircase and the pool as the centerpiece of the building. The house was adapted into a museum in 1978 and underwent further renovations in 1999 by the architects Hillel Schocken and Daniel Asayek. They built a new entrance building for the museum on the original entrance site and integrated an air conditioning system which, however, changed the proportions of the rooms. I've marked a window on the side of the main building to highlight how the entrance moved further onto the yard. In 2017, additional conservation work was carried out under the supervision of conservation architect Taleh Yal. The focus was on strengthening the building. Let's hear her presentation of the work carried out.
הבניין יושב כמו ספינה שטה על הגלים, כשהגלים הם בעצם כל הפיתוח שטח של גן האחוזה שמנדלסון מתכנן. הפרויקט הזה שנולד ב-1935 הוא פרויקט כל כך ייחודי שנוצר בזכות שיתוף פעולה בין 2 אנשים ששאפו למצוינות כל חייהם, אריך מנדלסון וחיים ויצמן. הבית הזה היה לא רק וילה לגור בה, אלא הוא היה גם מעון רשמי של קבלת פנים למדינאים אחרים מכל העולם, וכשחיים ויצמן הפך להיות הנשיא הראשון של מדינת ישראל, הוא מבין את החשיבות ואת הגדולה של הבית בתור המעון הרשמי של הנשיא הראשון. בתפיסה שלו הוא בית מזרחי, אבל שבין אנוש אירופאי ירגיש נוח לחיות בו. התוכנית היא בית חצר ים תיכוני, והמופע התלת-ממדי של הבית הוא מודרני לחלוטין. הבריכה משקפת את חדר המדרגות, והגובה שלו והאורך של הבריכה הם שווים, וכך נוצרת הכפלה של האלמנט האנכי היחיד בבניין, שהוא משמש לתנועה האנכית באופן מובהק. היא לא רק בריכת שחייה של הבית, הבריכה היא גם אלמנט אקלימי, היא פונה מערבה, הרוח עוברת דרכה ונכנסת אל הבית כשהטמפרטורה של האוויר נמוכה יותר, וכך היא עוזרת לקרר את חלקי הבית השונים. השיפוץ החיצוני של הבית התחיל ב-2016 והוא כלל את כל האלמנטים החיצוניים של הבניין. עשינו שיקום בטונים, ברזל, הצינורות שהיו קבורים בתוך קירות הבניין, כי מנדלסון לא רצה שיהיה שום דבר שהוא שירות על החזיתות, טופלו. הטיח המקורי של הבניין שוחזר בהתאם לחלקי טיח שמצאנו. הבית בעצם חזר למקור שלו, וזה כיף מאוד לראות את הבית היום קרוב מאוד לאיך שהוא היה נראה כשהוא נבנה.
With a band outside. Ask me to. Oh, okay, I will speak. You hear me? Okay. So we have put Villa Shoken together with this presentation, not because its current situation is any way on the direction of being a World Heritage Site. Its gardens and the building itself are completely mutilated in many ways. But the project of the house was initiated together with the project of the library. In many cases, it was supposed to be one building, and it's important to show them because they're very close, as you have seen yesterday in the tour, or we didn't see it completely because of the Prime Minister situation there. But it's located really at a distance of 50 meters from each other. Again, a building which was built for Zalman Shoken as not only as a private residence, but also for a public figure, with a ground floor which was designed to host parties and meetings, with places for a big kitchen and so, and also the apartment above with rooms and working rooms for Zalman Shoken and for his sons. Construction happened between 36 and 38, and you can see in those pictures from the construction period some of the technological innovations which Mendelsohn introduced, like technical shafts which were covered with stone and other elements which were there. The building also has this portraying small rounded balcony, which is reminding the one from the library, and the gardens around with the curved lines we have seen in the Villa Weizmann, the swimming pool, which probably here was more effective than the one in the Weizmann house. The garden sketched by Mendelsohn, but finally the working documents were done by Jellicoe, which was an English landscape architect, and realized at the villa, planted with olive trees, with flowers beds according to colors and seasons. And from the garden there was a view to Jordan, to the Dead Sea, and Jordan, the over Jordan. All this is completely gone today after the building was sold. Further, I will tell about it. Interior, again, like in the Weizmann house, was designed by Mendelsohn, but kind of conflicted by the wife of Schocken, who wanted her furniture and her carpets, etc. There was a discussion between them. As you can see, the house was used as a social place, as Zalman Schocken was a president of the Hebrew University and hosted the Hadassah people. Those are some drawings from the thesis I wrote almost 20 years ago, promoted also by ITA, trying to reconstruct the building as it was in 1938 and showing the different functions, the house itself, the service wing, the parking lot or the garage, the front garden. In 1957, the building was sold by Schocken to the Music Academy, and they immediately added big additions designed by Josef Klarwein, another German originated architect, and he added a lot of volumes in front, toward the front garden, and on top of the second floor. You can see some of the details also served by Amnon Baror office some years ago. Very carefully done work of stone, metal, and reinforced concrete. The building, because of the way it was built, is still quite intact. Behind all the additions and the alternation and mutilations, the basic building is there because it was built very good and very high quality. But still, the additions deform it completely. And now there are plans to, on one hand, to remove all the additions, but on the other hand, in order to compensate the developer, the owner of the building, is to build a tower over this area. Those pictures are from the time it was a school that was in the 200s, and this is more pictures from the early 20s when I took it. Early 2000s, some sketches of the building. There were not many sketches of the house, but during the research we found more sketches. So they are in the thesis. So unfortunately, this magnificent building is not part of our sort of candidature. And it's unfortunate, but I hope the library, which is sort of a twin building, sort of a united link, will be in the list. It's in our list, but I hope it will be also forwarded to the real tentative list. Thank you.
Thank you, Eran. So let's have a look at the library.
The Schocken Library. The owner of the Schocken department store chain and the Schocken publishing house, Zalman Schocken, was Mendelssohn's most important commissioner in Germany. When he left the country in 1934, he brought his rich collection of around 60,000 Judaic books to Jerusalem. There he bought a large building plot in the west of the old city in Rehavia. He commissioned Erich Mendelsohn, who had opened a second office in Jerusalem in 1934, to design the project. The building was, as usual for Mendelsohn, developed in sketches, of which only a few have survived. The original plan of the project intended to have a library as part of a private residence. This was scratched very early on in the design process, and Mendelsohn began to develop a variant consisting of what would become the Schocken Library. This way, he planned 2 different projects: Balfour Street 6, the residential building, and, on a nearby plot, the Schocken Library, which was finished 1936. The basic idea of the library consists of a short eastern wing built parallel to the road, and a long wing running perpendicular into the depth of the property. The 2-story building houses on the ground floor the main entrance as well as administrative rooms in the short wing in the east. Affiliated to a long corridor are workrooms for the library. The repository room completes the wing in the west. Let's take a look around. The interior of the building was designed by Mendelsohn. From the built-in cupboards to the wall paneling, both made of lemonwood, to the tables and chairs, glass display cabinets and seating spotlights, to details such as the water drainage channel below these coat hooks on the ground floor. This interior is largely preserved and in use. Another very interesting detail are the narrow vertical band of windows that lids the rectangular staircase on the north side from the inner angle of the 2 wings. They can be opened for ventilation. Here we can see the reactionary way Mendelsohn designed. Thermometer windows were commonly used in Mandatory Palestine as a natural form of ventilation. On the first floor represents the very famous reading room, the heart of the building. Let's explore it together. Library buildings have to follow certain rules, as reading needs constant, non-dazzling light. The windows to the reading rooms are usually placed in the north. Mendelsohn considered these experiences in his design for the building. He had the challenge, though, that the long wing not only has a prominent north facade, but also a south one. This orientation is unfavorably for a library. Mendelsohn's solution is interesting. Since the large reading room occupies the entire width of the upper floor of the long wing, constant light falls through the large windows on the north side, which are inserted directly under the bright ceiling that amplifies the light. He solved the problem of a long side of the reading room facing south by inserting a narrow and deep glazed bay window into the otherwise completely closed wall. This bay window, that could be shaded manually, created a very unusual effect in the interior. Through the narrowness of the opening, a concentrated ray of sunlight enters the reading room and travels through the room in the course of the day like an inverted sundial. By looking at the bay window from the outside, we can see how the detailing in the planning also continued in the construction. The house is a concrete build with external stone cladding. The thick masonry, almost 40 centimeters thick, was made according to the usual method in Jerusalem at that time. 2 layers of stone were laid and then filled with cement or concrete. At important load-bearing points, the construction was reinforced with iron girders. The cladding of the facades with Jerusalem's natural stone was part of the British building regulations. Back to the floor plan. The repository room completes the long wing on one side of the reading room, and Salman Schocken's private study room, along with administrative rooms, is located in the east wing. The details that Mendelsohn planned for the building are what makes it so special. All of them are preserved mostly without changes. After the War of Independence in 1948, the windows were massively barred. Today, these grills give the building a closed, forbidden look. Also in the reading room, The original furniture has been partly replaced by new one in recent years. However, the originals are said to still be preserved. This table is original. The use of the library is unchanged. In 1961, Schocken's children entrusted the Schocken Library to the Jewish Theological Seminary. The library continues to operate in its original building in Jerusalem under the title the Schocken Institute for Jewish Research. Schocken's important incunabula collection was donated by the family to the National Library in Jifat Ram, Jerusalem.
So this was Noah. He has a biblical name, Noah. And I think we continue with the Anglo-Palestine Bank. Is this with sound or does it talk? Oh, thank you so much. Yael made it, I heard. Thank you. Wonderful. Oh, so the students, thank you. What would we do without students? They are just gorgeous, aren't they? Thank you. So please tell them. So we have, I think, two more. We are leaving the mandatory Palestine and to America. So we will have the Park Synagogue, and I'm happy that Michael is with us. He gave us the photographs we used for this film.
Park Synagogue, Cleveland, Ohio. The congregation was founded in 1869. Since the 1930s, many members moved to Cleveland Heights, needed to purchase a wooded plot in 1942. The rabbi of the congregation, Armin Cohen, had seen the exhibition of Mendelssohn's work in the Museum of Modern Art in New York in late 1941 and invited him in 1945 to Cleveland to plan the synagogue and community center for the congregation. Mendelssohn, officially commissioned in June 1946, worked on the plans until 1948. After a reduction of the building size due to financial reasons, the final design was carried out until May 1953, just 4 months before Mendelssohn died. The building was constructed in reinforced concrete and clad with yellow brickwork. The dome, consisting of layers of cork, reinforced grille and concrete, and is covered with copper. It carries the tablets of the Ten Commandments on top. The designer of the building had to consider the function of a synagogue, the housing of Jewish congregational worship, study, and community. Every synagogue requires an ark, the repository for the Torah scrolls, and therefore the holiest feature of the synagogue, the bema, the table, and platform from which the scrolls are read. Starting point for Mendelssohn's design was the large hilly building plot. Already in his first sketch for the Park Synagogue, he conceived the structure as a large dome on the highest point of the site as required in the Talmud. Under the dome is the temple. The bema is located in the west of the room under a canopy representing Moses' tabernacle. The dome extends to the top of the window. The circular floor plan and the vault form an interior space that emphasizes the sense of unity of the congregation. In addition, the seating is arranged so that each spectator can easily follow the prayer. The domed building was subsequently extended by a fan-shaped foyer or assembly hall on the east. Large movable doors were installed so that the areas could handle large or small gatherings. At high holidays, up to 3,000 could be seated. The largest moving wall is the east wall of the assembly hall. Driven by electric motors, it can be entirely opened up to the patio. On the south side of the patio is a pergola that serves as entrance to the complex. To the east side there are the classrooms. To the north, the library and offices. West of the dome, but in the basement, Mendelsohn located a triangular-shaped chapel. Due to the sloping terrain, the base story protrudes completely from the ground. It is used for weddings and daily services. The dominant metaphor in Cleveland is that of the ship, the ark. This is illustrated by the rounded bow of the working day chapel, the large dome, and bull's-eye windows. Mendelssohn not only designed the building, but the approach and landscape planting as well. he planned the approach to enhance the perspective effects of the temple and to prevent a view of the roof of the lower chapel. Originally, the congregation wished the windows to be fitted with stained glass. Mendelsohn remained adamant that clear glass be used in order to connect interior and exterior. Doing so, the change of daytime and season can be seen from inside. All the equipment of the building was designed by Mendelsohn, from the main elements in the synagogue, like the bema, the ark, to the lamps, tissues, etc. The building, including the park and its interiors, are very well preserved. The Park Synagogue served its purpose until a few years ago, when the congregation moved further out of town to Pepper Pike. Therefore, since 2022, the congregation is planning to sell the property. In 2023, the Cleveland Heights Planning Commission recertified the local landmark status originally granted in 1976 to the work of Erich Mendelsohn, the German Jewish architect who fled the Nazis in 1933. Furthermore, a non-profit organization was founded in Cleveland named Friends of Mendelsohn, which hopes to get it placed on the National Register of Historic Places and is financially supported by the City Council of Cleveland. Official national landmark status for the building would help it qualify for state and federal historic tax credits.
So this was, there's only one left. And not time. The order is a different.
Mount Zion Synagogue and Community Center in St. Paul, Minnesota. The Mount Zion Synagogue in St. Paul is Mendelssohn's last effort. In the 1940s, the community was in desperate need of better and bigger facilities for their school and more seating for the high holidays. It therefore bought an entire block on Summit Avenue west of downtown St. Louis. Mendelsohn visited St. Paul for the first time in 1946 and kept corresponding with the congregation and especially Rabbi Gunther Plaut ever since. In December 1949, the congregation visited the Park Synagogue in Cleveland, Ohio, in order to get to know this complex. He finally received the commission in February 1950 and worked out several designs. Foundation stone was laid in April 1951, but work was interrupted in August. For financial reasons, the design had to be revised again. It was not until February 1952 that this was accepted. Then it took until October 1952 for construction work to continue. So the entire complex was not completed when Mendelsohn died in September of the following year. The complex consists of a temple, a chapel, a meeting hall, and the school wing, built on a large park-like ground. While the school stands parallel to a small residential street at the rear side of the ground and closes off the complex to the south, the main buildings of the complex open at an angle to the main street. This leads from downtown in a straight line west to the University of St. Thomas and the Mississippi River. The so-called Harris Chapel stands on a rounded platform that faces the traffic like the bow of a ship. At right angles to it stands the synagogue. Both buildings are accessed from the street via an open staircase and a common foyer, which is adjoined to the north by the assembly hall. All these rooms can be linked via folding doors so that sufficient seating can be offered on high holidays. A trapside patio is being created between the chapel, the temple, and the school wing. To its west, there is the congregation's library, between the temple and the patio. The reinforced concrete load-bearing structure is lined with brickwork and large windows. The two worship buildings have tall, rectangular superstructures clad in copper, which contrasts interestingly with the yellow brickwork in color and texture, and opens two large windows on only one side, to the west at the chapel and to the north at the temple. Both superstructures have large windows on one side. Interestingly, in both cases, it's the side facing Summit Avenue. In this way, the attention of motorists and passers-by is drawn to the complex. In addition to that, the superstructures are compared to phylacteries, the small leather boxes worn during prayer. Mendelsohn saw no possibility of using old implements, which means that he attached great importance to the fact that he also designed the temples and the chapel's furnishings. The interior is characterized by restrained design. The column-free rooms of the temple and the chapel are divided into three parts. They have raised central sections and two lower side sections, with round lamps set into the ceiling. The rectangular temple room receives generous daylight from a large window on the north side, which is decorated with the menorah. The opposite side is wood-paneled and bears inscriptions of the Ten Commandments. In the center of this wall is the Torah shrine. In front of it is the bema and the eternal light. The chapel receives light through vertical narrow windows in the west wall of the superstructure. Its eastern wall is decorated with a symbol which emphasizes an abstraction of a menorah. The bema is decorated with the saying, "I will be who I will be." A two-story building was added in the 1960s. In 1996, the architectural firm Benz, Thompson and Rito from Minneapolis was commissioned to renovate and expand the building. The services were renewed, the entrances and facilities for visitors with limited mobility were redesigned, and a new auditorium was added. The building is in a very good condition. It still serves its original purpose. The surroundings are also largely unchanged.
So these were the films that the students made. I would like to mention their names because I think they did very good job. I don't know the names from the Haifa students, but I know mine. It's Noah Ebert, it's Caroline Osterdaum, and it's Lena Erazzo-Naumann, and they worked a lot on these films. And I think it was important to see how these buildings were created and how they looked like. And we wanted to have a presentation in order to enable us to discuss about which buildings to bring on the shortlist or on the nomination list, because it is very dependent on the way they are preserved, the state of conservation, and like this, we can have an imagination. I mean, Michael knows the synagogues from his own visits, but for most of us didn't see them. So this was a way to present it to the whole audience, and we have time to discuss. Maybe we need also time to let it kind of sacken lassen. I don't know how to say that in in English. To think about it. Pardon? Ah, there's still Peterhof. You know, I'm sorry. Danke, Petersdorf, and you're still there. I was too fast in my head. So, Petersdorf, would you please come to Jadwiga? I'm sorry, I was in the clouds.
In the next session on the Breslau background. So I think there is no need to do it twice. I would show you the contemporary state of the building, just to have in mind that the Petersdorf is still existing and it's a wonderful piece of architecture.
But when we have a presentation later, we don't. Do we leave it? Do you see?
It's up to you. This one is the session presentation. I don't know why it's downloaded here. There's another one with a very, very short movie. I think that everybody knows the building.
Kingston?
Kingston, then Mendelsohn, and further Mendelsohn. Then this one. Then, no, this one.
Petersdorf.
No,
This one?
this one.
There's a film here. Eins und zwei.
Yes, but this.
No, this is so. Let's do it later, because like this we have Petersdorf in our in the presentation, but not here because we haven't got the right. So maybe we should continue with your presentation about the buildings in danger, because now we saw. Now we saw the buildings that are in a good state of conservation. Unfortunately, we have lost several of them. Among the one in my hometown, Stuttgart, which is a big loss, the Stuttgart Schocken. And I would like to welcome Carsten Krohn very much, because he will show us the buildings in danger. He was traveling all around, I think, the world almost, because it's the Northern Hemisphere, to make a documentation, to make that wonderful publication in Birkhäuser, together with Michelis Stavagna, who was, he's there. So I just give you the microphone.
But can you start the presentation?
With the fields. Regina, with the field.
I need help because I'm not the one who arranged it here. Sorry.
I'm glad you like it because it was a struggle because we had to find the right angle for the picture and so on. Yeah. Oh, great. Could you write them down? Yes. Very much like because
Yes, hello. I will, can you hear me? Yes. Talk about buildings that were not so well preserved. This is the famous Berlin Universum cinema, but a perspective that is not so famous, not from the Kurfürstendamm, the main boulevard, but the other side. And I will come back to this later. Or maybe with this image, one can show what is the quality in the architecture of Mendelsohn. It's not only the shape of the building as a sculptural structure, but also the details, the materials. But maybe most important of all is the building is designed for a specific context, and the relation of the building to the surrounding buildings is very important, especially in this case. As you know, this is only one building of a complex of many buildings designed by Mendelsohn. This was our book. I was taking photos in a certain way. I will explain this, and we combined those new photos with the historic photos. The Schocken house, for example, it was very difficult for me to find areas that have not been changed. So those three details are today exactly as they were when it was built. But you already talked about this, so I can give you another example of buildings in danger. In the first case, the danger was that those buildings have been added, have been changed, have been neglected. But in the second case, I think you went there yesterday, Rehovot. As you can see, that is the building by Mendelsohn. It has been torn down, and then this was built as a reconstruction. But if you compare it, then you would say it's very, very different, but the purpose it was done, because also here it's not a single building like an object, it's a complex of many buildings, of more than one buildings that work together. But I will concentrate in this talk now on Germany, mostly some Russian examples. Here and here you see two photos of the Universum cinema when it was built, but the building has been torn down and replaced by a reconstruction. I don't have the time to go into the details of those projects. I give you a short overview, but if you compare this historical photo with the photo of Google Street View, then you see it's completely different. Here, the windows were divided in three fields. Here, there are two. Of course, this is higher. They needed more space. But usually, if people go there, they don't know, is this a Mendelsohn building or is it different? So that's also an aspect that is important, considering, is this a building for a UNESCO nomination or not? And this is how we designed the book. We have the building from two perspectives, an interior view a new drawn floor plan. Next example in Germany, the famous hat factory. Those are historical photos. And we see, again, it's a complex of more than one building. It's not a single object. This part has been renovated, but the gate building looks like this today. And also very important for the whole complex was the powerhouse. And you can compare this to this. And here you can see that those buildings were all combined somehow. In the book, it doesn't show the damages of those structures. And those are now my photos. So if you look through the book, you get a completely wrong feeling, which is different in reality. But the purpose was not so much to show what is there, but to show what did Mendelsohn design. And if in the case of the Schockenhaus, you see only details, then you know all the rest has been changed. Also, this building, the Mosse House in Berlin, was mentioned. This part has been reconstructed, renovated in a very bad way. But in this photo, we can see pretty much how it was when Mendelsohn designed it. It's here. And now I show you in detail what I mean with very badly reconstructed. The corner was designed with a window like this, and they have built this, so the corner itself was emphasized, and here it was the opposite. And also, of course, the top part, it was a perfect curve, and here somehow, I don't know how this came about. This is a department store in Ostrava. It's still the original tiles. The building is there. In the inside, the original staircase. But you can see the windows have been changed, but it would be very easy in this case to reconstruct windows in a way like those were designed. But more important is the question of use. Who would be interested to use a building like this if there are no department stores needed anymore? That was a surprise for me when I went there in Königsberg in East Prussia, because in the books I read that this building had been destroyed, but still the original wall was there. This is now in Russia, and not only this wall, but also the entrance pavilion, the gatehouse is our flower shop. It is still existing, or at least it was existing when I was there. But I don't see that they will remove these walls, because behind those walls there will probably the original bricks. So also with this very tiny building, it would be very easy to reconstruct it in the design that Mendelsohn intended it. This is another example from East Prussia, now in Russia. In Tilsit, the building, here again, there are only some details that have been not modified. But in combination with this, at least one gets a feeling of the material. And here we see how those buildings are or were 10 years ago when I was there. And you can see here, basically the building is intact, but new windows are there, and here are no windows. This is blocked, but also in this case, it would be possible to renovate this building. And the question now is, what do we get from a building like this? Is the whole architectural idea ruined by those changes? Or was Mendelssohn such a great architect that even though the windows and the proportions have been changed, one can sense the architectural quality in those ruined buildings? And of course, because of the war in the Ukraine, it will be very difficult now to get in contact with the Russians and convince them to participate here. This is the state of the factory in St. Petersburg. And I have two more houses in Berlin. The Sternefeld house. If you see those photos, you would say it's in a very good condition. But in the last 10 years, it has been changed. There's a lot of graffiti. NPD and AfD and political motivated graffiti, and one can guess that there's a connection to the people who live there, refugees from Africa, maybe. Why did the owners not care about those graffitis? But another thing that you can see in this case, the top floor originally was lit by an interior courtyard. So the facade is simply empty, but I don't know when windows were introduced, probably by combining to close the courtyard. This is a very early housing development in the south of Berlin. Those photos were not included in the book, but one can see that the original colors were put back to the buildings. Those photos I would love to take, but those are photo montages. The color of the windows is according to how the windows used to be. And also in this case, it would be very easy to repair them in order to show the original intent. Maybe, should I leave it? Okay. So that's it.
I didn't want. Thank you so much. I think it was a very important insight into real life, because those buildings are still there and they are still used. So they are changed, but some of them really bear a chance. Not a chance for World Heritage Site. I think we are all sure about that. The candidates we presented right now in the films before, in the presentations before, and I would like to have some reactions of the audience concerning the buildings, what kind of impressions you collected during these presentations. Ita.
A question: are these the buildings that were shown? That you showed? This is the list.
Yes.
And what about others like that are were preserved, like Ruppenhorn, Chemnitz, Gliwice, and Bejach, and others?
Well, this is the result of a long discussion.
Okay.
And for example, Ruppenhorn, we all love, at least I do. It's a wonderful place, it's a wonderful house, but we need the support of the owners of such an initiative. And this is why there's also not the Russell House included, because the Russell House belongs to the family still. It's a wonderful family of the heirs of Levi Strauss jeans. So there's a lot of jeans money in it. And it's still standing on Washington Heights in San Francisco in a perfect condition as far as we can see from outside. And we know from others, but there is not at all any protection on it still today, because the laws in America are totally different to ours. And it is a question also of state conservation and preservation. And Jörg raised his hand. He is the perfect man to explain state conservation.
Not at all, but thank you very much for the presentation and for all this, to have this row and series of Mendelsohn buildings from Germany, Poland, even including Russia and the United States. I think it was very informative for us to discuss it. And I have one question, because now Cornelia Kurowska is here. That is, we are always talking about Bet Tahara, and I am always asking myself, what about the cemetery? Because it's part of the cemetery, so maybe you can say something about are there Jewish tombs, are there burial gravestones, and so on, and how is the state of conservation, because this is included. And then other idea I only have now, because we are in a kind of workshop now and not in the conference, is I think Carsten Kuhn, you are the latest one who saw all the Mendelsohn buildings all around the world, and it's interesting. And there is a publication which is organized by Docomomo as well as by ECOMOS, that is Heritage at Risk. And if there is a special edition, Heritage at Risk, Erich Mendelsohn, that could be very helpful. Not to create World Heritage candidates, but to let people know that they are under threat. They are under threat to be to get lost, or to be altered, or to be disfigured and so on, and that could be helpful. Maybe there is now Inbal here and Evan as well. Maybe that is an idea how it could be promoted as a support for the buildings itself, but also as a support for the whole idea to say there is a heritage at risk of about 40 buildings which have now survived, and some of them could become a heritage site. And the second remark is, of course, there are a lot of candidates, and we are discussing 40 or 42 possible candidates, and we have to think about the narrative. But only to make clear, you can keep heritage sites without having them listed and without that they are nominated or that they are inscribed in the World Heritage List. It's interesting to see that some of the buildings which are not officially listed are in a better state of conservation than some of them which were listed worldwide. And so I'm very optimistic that the good example and the guiding role of some heritage buildings, that they can also convince the owners and the politicians to keep care of it, and especially that concerns private houses, which is always a little bit complicated because you need, yes, you need the support or the understanding of the owners. But both of them, the Russell House as well as the Mendelsohn House in Kuppenheim, they are not in a bad state of conservation. They are better than in other houses.
We should just allow for a short break before the next session. So we're running out of time.
Yeah, I know, but we started late and we have now exactly the 2 hours. We started a 20 past, so I have one answer of Cornelia. I think it's important.
It will be, also, of course, a short answer. Of course, is Jewish cemetery in Auschwitz-Allenstein a part of Bet Tahara, or Bet Tahara is a part of the cemetery, and we as Borussia are protecting the cemetery too. It was also the condition of the foundation of the Jewish heritage in Poland. They are the owner. And we organize actions with young people, with school classes, because as you probably have seen, we have no matzevas on the cemetery. But it's, yes, yes, and they are the last matzevas we have found.
Thank you. I think we've got a lot to discuss in the pause. We make a short break before the next session. And I thank you very much for your attention, and we all need this kind of short break. Thank you. I will be back at 3:45. Thank you. Wegen dem ganzen Problem, die eigentlich
In the break, it's 10 minutes.
Okay. So, good afternoon. I introduced myself this morning and yesterday. Eran Mordechowicz, I'm from e-commerce, from the Technion, from the authorities, etc., etc., and part of the EMI group. It's I think exactly 30 years ago when I was introduced to Mendelsohn here in this building by Ita. I can call you Ita. You are familiar with everybody, and everybody familiar with you. And I couldn't imagine then that we'll be here today and still talking about Mendelsohn, and still with the same people, more or less, but in a different kind of configuration and development. And it's a great honor for me and a pleasure to be part of this initiative and to try to push it forward, not for the sake of being a World Heritage Site, but for the sake of protection and preservation of this wonderful heritage and the value that it carries. And within this frame, this session is talking about Mendelsohn and its collaborations. I would say in the spirit of today, or in the language of today, the Mendelsohn ecosystem. So the people that are kind of connected in a network influence Mendelsohn, or he's influencing he's influencing their work and their being. And we had originally 4 lectures in this session. One has moved to tomorrow regarding collaboration in Palestine. So, and today we are going to have three lectures which talk about actually also about 2 continents, Europe and America. And it reminds me, in Berlin I had also the American session, so it's kind of maybe a coincidence. Our first speaker will be Rainer Schutzeichel. I tried to practice on the name. And Rainer will speak about teaching Mendelsohn, Theodor Fischer, and the Fischer Schule. Rainer Schutzeichel is a historian of architecture and urban design. After having gained his diploma in architecture in 2006, he completed the Master in Advanced Studies program in History and Theory of Architecture at the ETH in Zurich. His doctoral thesis was awarded with the Theodor Fischer Award for Early Career Research in the History of Architecture in 2017, and since 2022, he is a professor of History of Architecture and Urban Design in the Fachhochschule in Potsdam. So, Rainer, please. You're there. I warn you, I'm strict about time, so I will start to need you after 15 minutes. Okay.
Let's see. Thank you, Jan, for the kind introduction, for supporting me with the technology here. You can hear me? The microphone works? Very good. Thank you. That you're strict about time, Jan, we learned yesterday. So Thanks again also for this wonderful advice and your guidance at the trip. It was a pleasure. Thank you also, Alona, back there, and the whole team for organizing this whole event and for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be part of it and to present something on the so-called Fischerschule, the school of Theodor Fischer, which is probably not so much a collaboration, but far more it's like the early years of Mendelsohn and probably the teaching that he got from Theodor Fischer, an important southern German architect of the time when he studied, and his professor, as we see here at the form that Mendelsohn had to fill out at, it's the certificate of Mendelsohn that he got from TU, what is today TU Munich. So I will talk about this first years probably, and the effect that it had, that these years had on Mendelssohn's work, and given the importance also of another Fischer-Schüler, as it is in German, another disciple of Theodor Fischer, Richard Kaufmann, given his importance for the urban planning and mandate Palestine, I would like to draw or shed a bit of light on Richard Kaufmann. So let me first please say a few words to the term Fischerschule and to school in general to wrap up the idea of what we're talking about. The term Fischerschule came up as a negative designation in the first place. Only from there it developed into a collective name that was finally taken up by disciples of the architect and urban planner Theodor Fischer. What we see here is an aerial picture of the Münsterplatz in Ulm and the Ulm Cathedral. Initially, Fischerschule served an opposing faction to address an allegedly tight-knit group. The controversy in which the term developed was led about a competition for the redesign of the Münsterplatz in Ulm in 1925. As head of the jury, Theodor Fischer was in the focal point of this debate. Since the jury was accused of having solely favored designs of architects that were said to belong to his circle. I quote Albert Unselt, a local Ulm architect from the other faction. In a newspaper, Unselt tells us that the term Fischerschule refers to the entirety of all those architects who emerged from Theodor Fischer's school, who in more or less close contact with each other practically utilized Theodor Fischer's architectural ideas and built in their sense. In Ulm, there were two opposing parties, each of which was personified by an influential teacher. A supposedly picturesque urban design advocated by Theodor Fischer was opposed by followers of the classicist design theory of Friedrich Ostendorf. However, the debate that raged under their names as the dispute of the Ostendorfians or Ostendorfianer against the Fischerschule was a dispute of representatives. Ostendorf had already died in the First World War, and Fischer abstained from any public statement in the debate. Thus, it was former students and supporters of either of the teachers that kept the Münsterplatz debate running. However, the name Fischerschule had been coined, and Mendelsohn, Kaufmann, and many others are counted to the Fischerschule. Allow me now to shed some light on the term school, since there is a general problem with this term. The problem is its vagueness. Architectural designs of a group, however narrowly defined this group might be, are hardly equivocal in themselves. Already in an individual oeuvre, designs can possibly exhibit a great variance, let alone over the course of time. Therefore, it is hardly possible to pigeonhole even an individual protagonist. This attempt must fail all the more with regard to a group. What it means to deal with vagueness in the field of language was addressed in the philosopher and architectural dilettante Ludwig Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations. And there's a term coined where I want to follow. According to Wittgenstein, the fact that vagueness does not allow to define unambiguous criteria for things does not mean that vague terms are useless in everyday communication. He gives us an example. and he refers to games. Although games might obey most diverse rules and differ in their appearance, they still all are games and can be labeled comprehensively with this term. Against this background, Wittgenstein coined the term family resemblances, Familienähnlichkeit. The term circumscribes that such things as, for instance, games possess, I quote, various resemblances between the members of a family: build, features, colors of eyes, gait, temperament, etc., etc. Here, the man with the beard, Theodor Fischer, surrounded by students in 1912, so in Mendelsohn's time. In a comparable way, it is also possible to speak of family resemblances, which can be detected between the works of Fischer and those of his disciples. We might see this later. To put it in Wittgenstein's words, we see a complicated network of similarities overlapping and crisscrossing, sometimes overall similarities, sometimes similarities of detail. Fischer was a teacher and an educator, understanding education not only as an aesthetic, but also as an ethical act. We heard about a similar thing probably also this morning. Akush Morawansky has sketched a typology of architecture educators and has put forward the hypothesis that each figure has its preferred mode of argumentation, its typical habitat, its space. What is needed then is not only a teacher, however gifted she or he might be. Equally important is a resonant space and are sympathetic recipients that provide fertile ground. Characteristics of Fischer's teaching, already well known to his contemporaries, were, on the one hand, his discontent with an academic architectural education that fostered repetitions of historical styles. On the other hand, it was an unusual creative freedom that he granted his students and possibly also his staff in the office. Nikolaus Pevsner spoke of him as, quote, one of the most open-minded of the traditionalists, end quote. It were these qualities that attracted young students to enroll at the Technical University in Stuttgart, where Fischer taught between 1901 and 1908, or after 1908 at the Royal Bavarian Technical University in Munich. The same was most probably also true for Erich Mendelsohn, who in retrospect stated in 1953 that as a student he had, quote, rebelled against the then prevalent teaching of historical styles, end quote. Just as his fellow students, he will have recognized Fischer as leading reform architect of the time, influential as a practical architect, as well as in contemporary reform movements such as the Werkbund, of which Fischer was the first chairman in 1907. Mendelsohn, in retrospect, spoke of his professor as the master, the old and famous Theodor Fischer. Fischer proved in the beginning to be the right person to follow. If we take a closer look at the reason for Mendelsohn's rebellious habit as a student, we see, as he said, that it was the teaching of historical styles that he was annoyed of. He says to have recognized back then, I quote, that the elastic qualities of the new structural materials, steel and reinforced concrete, must by necessity produce an architecture entirely different from anything known before, end quote. More than 40 years prior to this statement, in 1911, Mendelsohn was then already one of Fischer's students. Theodor Fischer had sung from the same hymn sheet at a conference of the Werkbund. Under the headline Material and Style, Fischer had shared his thoughts about the fundamental impact that he believed concrete would have on the development of style. I quote Fischer, "It will be similar with concrete, and the transition to a characteristic language of form for this building material will be furthered considerably by the fact that its combination with iron will make it an extraordinarily viable, peculiar material, which will not only claim special forms for itself, but will even have a far-reaching effect on the creation of spaces. Let me again take you to Ulm for a short moment, where we already were with the debate on the Münsterplatz. In Ulm, Fischer had, shortly before this statement, undertaken an attempt to fathom out the structural and formal potential of reinforced concrete in a rather unusual building task. The Protestant garrison church, of which we see a photograph of the interior here, in Ulm is most probably the first religious building in Germany in which the main supporting structure, beams and buttresses, was completely realized in exposed concrete. Interestingly enough, the task that Fischer had to fulfill in the design was twofold. Here we have a drawing of the exterior. Firstly, the client asked for a church that offered up to 2,000 seats. Secondly, the new church should refrain from neo-Gothic forms and therefore not interfere with the nearby cathedral that we have seen in the introductory slides. Both conditions, the need for a wide spanning space and the explicit wish for formal stylistic independence, led Fischer to apply reinforced concrete as the new means, as he said, which the engineers offers the architects, thus proving his unconventional openness toward a modern, material-related language of architecture. By the way, the garrison church was also one of the structures that young Charles-Édouard Générel, later Corbusier, had seen during his tour through Germany in 1910, and that convinced him to try his luck as an employee in Fischer's office. And it is easy to imagine that also Mendelsohn and his like-minded fellow students were drawn to the newness of the design. Show a picture of a structure that we haven't seen today. In Mendelssohn's oeuvre, a late echo of Fischer's thoughts on honesty of Materialehrlichkeit in German and his respective endeavors might be seen in the St. Louis Synagogue, where Mendelsohn covered the area of the temple with a curved roof in which steel joists support thin concrete slabs. When presenting this design to the American audience, as we see here on the double page, he explicitly pointed out to the revolutionary principle of elasticity in steel and reinforced concrete that has only in the last few years been applied in the structural base as a structural basis for a new architecture. Here he alludes to designs of planners as Pierluigi Nervi, Eduardo Torroja, or Felix Candela. In St. Louis, Mendelsohn was given the task to offer multifunctional spaces and to house both small and big groups of people, as we have heard in the earlier synagogues. In his text accompanying the presentation in the Architectural Forum, which is entitled My Approach to Building a Modern Synagogue, Mendelsohn claimed, I again quote, "Since the beginning of time, the dual nature of man was in need of a unifying principle. To sense the purpose and prove the value of his own life, he formed his environment as creative unity." End of quote. This claim is, on the one hand, a continuation of a fundamental hypothesis in Mendelssohn's work, which is that of the duality of opposing forces for which he was trying to find a synthesis. On the other hand, the idea of the environment as creative unity finds a correspondence in Fischer's design principle of super and subordination, or Über- und Unterordnung in German. This principle encompasses different building parts as well as the relationship between buildings and their urban setting, and finally, between buildings and landscape, where Fischer aimed for both hierarchy and contextual integration, not least by interpreting traditional local building practice. That is again a design of Theodor Fischer. A building that demonstrates these principles is the community center in Pfullingen. We might see that Fischer here found a quite similar arrangement of the multi-purpose spaces in this design, like the two bigger rooms, and the foyer, which is here not like drawn and 90 degrees different, but still combines the rooms. Fischer demonstrated in Vollingen, which is far more better to see in this picture, how parts of a building could be composed and brought into a balance by super and subordination. This is visible, for instance, in the composition of the main structures, which is a gymnasium on the right-hand side and the theater on the left-hand side, or in the main facade on the left, which is the courtyard facade, that is bound together with the help of different triangular forms, or rows of windows that vary in number and size. So like the number decreases from bottom to top, and the windows get bigger from bottom to top. Apart from this application of the principle in the building itself, the community center also demonstrates the contextual approach with regard to the surrounding landscape and building practice. The publicist Walter Kurt Behrendt recognized that in Vollingen, Fischer had achieved to, I quote, bind a building to the ground and to landscape, to capture the genius loci and to convey its atmospheric content. Such capacities obviously resound in Mendelsohn's own idea of a contextualized architecture. However, it would surely be an oversimplification to trace back the influence as an exclusive one. We have to keep in mind that for Mendelsohn, Fischer's authority did not remain unchallenged. At another Werkbund event in 1914, the exhibition in Cologne, Mendelsohn was all but convinced by his former professor's design for the main exhibition hall, which we see here. He bluntly stated to his fiancée that the architect had failed completely. In Fischer's contribution, I put this in the caption, Mendelsohn saw nothing but a concrete hall with decorative tricks, a colonnade in the late Baroque sense. That is quite the opposite of a design like the Garrison Church, where Fischer had found the original expression in the same material. Young architect was rather drawn to, as we all know, Henry van der Velde's design. Okay, I'll speed up a bit. So let me just quickly turn to the second protagonist, quite. Theodor Fischer had earned his spurs not only as an architect, but initially as a foresighted urban planner. Between 1893 and 1901, he was head of the municipal planning authority that was responsible for the extension of the city of Munich. At the Technical University of Munich had not been willing to appoint him professor, he took up residence in Stuttgart in 1901. 7 years and several prestigious building projects later, he finally was offered a chair in Munich. There he was, besides his design courses, also responsible for lectures on urban design that became part of the curriculum. Already in Stuttgart, urban design had been included into the denomination of his chair, given the expertise that he had gained in Munich. In 1903, Fischer was invited to give a public lecture entitled Questions of Urban Extension with Special Regard to Stuttgart. It was this lecture, we see here a double page of the publication, that he sketched the idea of a city crown or Stadtkrone, of which another of his disciples, his former employee in the Stuttgart office, Bruno Taut, became one of the most famous advocates a decade and a half later. I quote Fischer, "With a few examples, I would like to demonstrate the splendid effect of such crowning buildings, in which the mastery of the small by the large, the enhancement of the characteristic, and the adaptation of the peculiarity of the environment, also a kind of mimicry, can be clearly perceived, but not less how simple in decorative form such buildings can be without failing in least to fulfill their tasks." End quote. Applying the modern technique of photographic slides, Fischer did not only demonstrate his audience historic examples of such crowning buildings. He also presented his vision for Stuttgart, as we see here. In an image pair, we see the Karlshöhe in its current status at that time, and on the right side, we see it crowned by a group of buildings. The question of how to locate a crowning building on topographical high points was also subject of Fischer's lectures in Munich. Therefore, students came first-hand touch with this idea. As Uriel Adif has pointed out, this idea might later also have been passed on by Mendelsohn to his colleague Richard Kaufmann. In a letter dating from July 1923, Mendelsohn expressed to Kaufmann, his former fellow student in Munich, the thought of a settlement crown. We can say that the idea of the crown was transmitted and at the same time transformed in the hands of several Fischer-Schüler, Taut, Mendelsohn, Kaufmann. I have to speed up. Yes. Here we see the certificate of Kaufmann, who had registered in Munich in 1909. Other than Mendelsohn, as we can see on the right-hand side, he had chosen Fischer as supervisor for both of his major design courses, Großer Entwurf, while Mendelsohn had, strangely enough, opted for the older historicist Heinrich von Schmidt instead of Fischer in his second course. In Kaufmann's article about the planning of Jewish settlements in Palestine, delivered on the pages of the Town Planning Review in 1926, the concept of crowning, as we have heard already in Stuttgart, of crowning settlements appears like a symbolic act that accompanies the acquisition of land. Against the background of the Zionist aim to which Kaufmann refers right in the introduction of his article, this can hardly surprise. Be it Talpiot, where I quote some of his words from the article, where the cone of the oval-shaped mountain is being crowned with monumental buildings conceived in an imposing style, be it, probably most famously, Nahalal, where on the highest point of the hill are formed the most important cultural and economic communal buildings, crowning the settlement and at the same time outwardly embodying the principle of cooperation. In every single project, there is a settlement crown. The last, which is most programmatic for Kaufmann in his text, is Tel Joseph, where he lets the readers know that several common buildings should crown the topmost point of the most unique and beautiful mountain summit in this part of the plain. A building which will serve as a rallying point for and as a symbol for our best agricultural settlements. In this case, the crown is, as it already had been according to Taut, far more than an urban feature. It becomes the symbol of a new society. 1 minute for conclusion. Thank you. I conclude. As it has been said in the introduction, we rather recognize family resemblances than direct references in the work of Fischer's students and disciples. With regard to the idea of accentuating a topographical high point, Kaufmann might surely have also been influenced by his former employer Georg Metzendorf. Regarding its symbolic meaning, however, Kaufmann's crowning would hardly be conceivable without Taut's and, in brackets, Fischer's concept. Something similar is true for Mendelsohn. If we understand him as an architect in constant search for an adequate expression and form, we detect family resemblances to Fischer, not least to the openness of his design teaching. Even more, this is the case when we bring to mind the idea of contextual design that was so important to Mendelsohn in his projects for Palestine. In Mendelsohn's awareness for specific characteristics of a region and place, we can perceive an echo of Fischer's design ideal quite undistorted. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Einer. Our next lecture will be actually presented by two, but it will be practically presented by one. The next lecture talks about the relationship between Erich Mendelsohn work and the architecture of Wroclaw. The lecture is given by Jerzy Irkosh and Jadwiga Urbanik. And Jadwiga will present it, but I will first present the two speakers. Jadwiga Urbanik, she's a professor at the Wroclaw University of Science and Technology, Faculty of Architecture. Her main fields of interest are history of architecture and town planning, specifically of the 20th century. She has a PhD on model experimental Wroclaw WUWA estate, dwelling and workplace exhibition. I won't read the German name of that. She takes a part in historical urban researches in Wroclaw and studies of the Wroclaw housing estates from the period of the 19th century to the beginning of the 20th century. Since 1990, she is a member of DOCOMOMO, the International Committee for Documentation and Conservation of Buildings, Sites and Neighborhoods of the Modern Movement. The partner for the lecture is Jerzy Irkosh, sorry. Also a PhD and a professor. He was a director of the Museum of Architecture of Wroclaw from 2000 to 2022, so for 22 years. He was a director of the Museum of Architecture, and his main fields of interest are again history of architecture and urban planning, also especially of the 20th century. He wrote many papers and reports concerning a history of the 20th century, participating in many international conferences, and also since 2003 a member of DOCOMOMO and DOCOMOMO International. So, Jadwiga, please. In Jerzy, thank you. So, the same rules apply to you. 20 minutes. No, she's
Yes. I would like to convey many thanks to conference organizers that gave us an opportunity to be here. I'm saying that on behalf of the whole Polish group, and also many thanks to Jerzy, whose contribution to this text and presentation is enormous. I would say about 90, maybe more %. I'm playing a role of actress, I'm playing a role of speaker today. The cooperation with Jerzy was the best thing which happened in my professional life. Thank you, Erich. Now Mendelsohn. Mendelsohn. The time for Mendelsohn. So how to operate it? In 1927, Erich Mendelsohn designed a department store for Rudolf Petersdorf's company in Wrocław, former Breslau. The destruction of the World War II happily spurred the building, and it has survived in a good condition to this day. Before Erich Mendelsohn began his design work on the new department store, he had the opportunity to get to know the architecture of Wrocław, former Breslau, and its artists. It seems that this may have had a significant influence on his work. Erich Mendelsohn took part in a close competition for a Wertheim company department store in Wrocław. Even before World War I, the Wertheim company of Berlin acquired plots of lands in a block of buildings at the intersection of, you can see the yellowish color. This is the plot for the future Wertheim. This is near the Tauentzienplatz, now Kościuszko Square, to erect a model department store in the city center. However, due to the war and the economic crisis, these plans did not materialize. It was not until the second half of the 20s that the project was launched. In November 27, a competition was held to which 3 architects from Wrocław were invited: Theodor Effenberger, Ludwig Moshammer, and Hermann Wallich, and 3 architects from Berlin, Hermann Dernburg, Erich Mendelsohn, and Vera Roth. The competition jury was chaired by Ludwig Hoffmann of Berlin and Fritz Behrendt, the director of City Construction Office in Breslau. And an animus winner was Hermann Dernburg's proposal. All designs were presented at the exhibition in early 1928 and published in the local periodical Ostdeutsche Bauzeitung, which with the exception of those by Erich Mendelsohn, who withdrew from the competition just before the exhibition. Mendelsohn, you can see the result of the competition. Mendelsohn began with an initial sketch with expressive forms, which eventually evolved into 5-story building, less dynamic in the shape, founded on a quadrangle with an inner courtyard elevation divided horizontally by bands of windows, walls, and cornices. The project, leave it laying, okay. Yeah, this is it. The project foreshadowed a department store for Salmon Schocken in Chemnitz. Of interest in this context may be Erich Mendelsohn's possible connection with the milieu of Wrocław architects such as Max Berg, Hans Pelzig, and Adolf Rading, Hans Scharoun maybe. It can be thought that Mendelssohn's design were also influenced by the architecture of Wrocław proto-modernism of the early 20th century. Mendelssohn correspondence to his wife Louise and archival sources show that the architect visited Wrocław many times. First of all, in connection with the ongoing construction of Rudolf Petersdorf department store, but also between 1911 and 1929, in connection with the construction of Weichmann's silk warehouse in Gliwice and Meyer Kaufmann's textile factory in Głuszyca. Yes, thank you. Incidentally, Mendelssohn visited his family, his aunt Rachel, who lived in the Silesian capital. Letters to his wife also show that he visited Wrocław as early as 1911 on his way to his hometown Olsztyn. This is Głuszyca. It can be assumed that the Mendelssohn was associated with Wrocław not only through the works realized here, but also through his contacts with Wrocław artists, most notably Max Berg and Hans Pelzig. The early work of Mendelssohn, in many cases, is identical to the considerations of art and architecture that Berg and Pelzig represented. And vice versa, Wrocław architects and artists were also fascinated by the works of Erich Mendelsohn. This was reflected in an exhibition of the architect's design shown in Wrocław in 1920, entitled Architecture of Iron and Concrete. This exhibition had previously been held in Berlin's Kasirer Gallery. In Wrocław, it was organized in the Silesian Museum of Fine Arts. Correspondence between Mendelsohn and the director of the museum, Professor Heinz Braune, shows that in January 1920, the architect approached the museum director with a proposal to move the exhibition from Berlin to Wrocław. Mendelsohn knew Braune back when he was studying in Munich. Braune was then working at the Bavarian National Museum. Despite his interest of old High German art, Professor Braune was a promoter of modern art and was friends with Hans Purmann and Oskar Moll in the Munich artists community. He collected modern art and owned paintings by Matisse, Van Gogh, Guy van Dongen, Wassily Kandinsky. In his letter, Mendelsohn asked for help in organizing the exhibition, thinking of a show in one of the Wrocław galleries. Braune, however, suggested the museum premises, suggesting a date of mid-October 1920. The exhibition was to be accompanied by a lecture under the auspices of the Gesellschaft für Vaterländische Kultur, an institution that brought together the artists and scientific community of Wrocław. The opening was held on November the 7th of November, and the exhibition lasted until beginning of December 1920. Mendelssohn lectures was held at the museum's headquarters on November 14. The exhibition, entitled Architektur in Eisen und Beton, was probably analogous to the Berlin one, according to a list sent sent to the museum. The architect showed 4 models, 34 large and 24 small sketches of his works, including 7 projections, 7 sketches of furniture, and 5 photographs. Despite the absence of the text of the lecture, it can be assumed that the architect took into account the problems that appeared in his Berlin papers delivered in Molly Philipson Salon and above all published in the journal Arbeitsrat für Kunst. There may have been some overlap between the text and his lecture titled Das Problem einer neuen Baukunst, the problem of new construction. For both Berg and Mendelsohn, as well as Hans Pelzig, reinforced concrete was an important material in architecture, which made it possible to shape architectural space in accordance with their innovative ideas. In the publication entitled Erich Mendelsohn, The Architecture of German Modernism, Kathleen James pointed out Mendelssohn's use of reinforced concrete in the construction of the Einstein Tower in Potsdam, which is not insignificant in the context of the use of this material in the tradition of Wrocław architecture. Similar connection can be read by comparing Mendelssohn's early sketches which dealt with industrial construction with the work of Hans Pelzig of Wrocław period. It seems that Hans Pelzig's buildings from Wrocław periods, namely 2 factories, never built Werdermühle and the Luboń factory, may have inspired Mendelssohn in his early industrial projects. Pelzig's office building in Junkerstrasse, now Ofiarów-Święcimskich Street, must have directly inspired the architect. it should be noted that the office building was built between 1911 and 1913 and was the first of its kind that consistently used horizontal division. Mendelsohn probably saw it at least twice, in 1913 and in 1920, when he had an exhibition and lecture in Wrocław. The Petersdorf department store, which he erected in 1927, was located about 2,050 meters from Pelzig's office building, which you can see now. Mendelsohn may also have been interested in Max Berg's urban concepts of 1919 to 1912 related to plans for the redevelopment of Wrocław and his designs for high-rise buildings. These concepts were widely described and published in the professional press, including Deutsche Bauzeitung, Bauwelt, and Städtebau. Mendelsohn was also able to get acquainted with the designs directly while in Wrocław in 1920. Berg's concepts are interesting for two reasons. In the designs for the Wrocław city, Berg designed metropolitan buildings, department stores, office buildings, in which he used horizontal divisions, shaping the facade with alternating strips of windows and walls. Berg proposed a change in the traffic system that would relieve the old city by reconstructing and widening streets, as well as creating new shopping centers with buildings of varying heights from 8 to 12 stories. Interestingly, in Max Berg legacy, this is the Jahrhunderthalle again, which impressed Mendelsohn a lot. And in in Max Berg's legacy, stored at Deutsches Museum in Munich, there is a puzzling sketch depicting an object resembling the Centennial Hall. It is unsigned and stylistically deviates from Berg's drawing manner. Instead, it resembles Mendelssohn's free, thick, dynamic line. It can be assumed that it was made by Erich Mendelsohn, who, fascinated by the Centennial Hall, probably offered it to Berg. Richer by all these experiences and observations, Mendelsohn embarked on the design of the Petersdorf department store in Wrocław, which was erected in 1927-28 at the intersection of Ochlauer Straße and Schulbrücke, now Oławska and Szewska Street. It obtained its final shape in 27 as a result of consolidation of 4 smaller neighboring properties, while reducing the plot on the Schulbrücke side by about 5 meters. At the beginning of 1886, the corner property, Ochlauer Straße 7, was merged with the small Schulbrücke 7 plot adjacent to the south. The front of the enlarged plot was occupied by a 4-story building with stores on the ground and first floors and guest rooms on upper floors. In 1912, Adolf Brieger of Berlin, the new owner of Ochlauer Straße 8 property, decided to build a modern department store. The older buildings were to be replaced by a multi-story building occupying almost the entire area of the parcel, which was to combine the functions of commerce and manufacturing plant. The order was carried out by Wrocław architect Alvin Wedemann, the author of many projects and realizations in the city. The result was a reinforced concrete building with traditional forms, with elements of neo-Renaissance and classicist decoration of the facade. Alvin Wedemann used a similar set of forms in the design of another department store in 1913, this time for Rudolf Petersdorf, a merchant from Poznań, co-owner of the department store at Ochlauer Straße 8 in Breslau. The architects proposed two solutions. These are on the screen, neither of which was realized. Around 1920, Rudolf Petersdorf, who by then had already settled in Wrocław, became the sole owner of the department store standing on the mentioned property. After his death in 1921, management of the entire property was taken over by his widow, who headed the Rudolf Petersdorf company. 2 minutes. Okay, so finally, Mendelsohn designed completely new and building, which differs from the Breslau buildings in the city center, modern. You know it very well. And these are sketches of the of his concept and plans and sections. Erich Mendelsohn used most of the structural elements of the older building, such as external load-bearing walls, ceilings, and two roofs and supports. The main entrance to the interior of the department store was located in the longer western elevation, serving as the front elevation. You can see the outer form. I don't have enough time to describe this architectural form, but the photograph is telling you how it was designed. The shelves, counters, showcases, tables, sofas, and armchairs for customers and other furnitures were designed by Wrocław architect Heinrich Tischler, a student of Hans Pelzik of Breslau Academy of Arts and Crafts. Already in the design phase was the idea previously realized by Erich Mendelsohn, shield the square for the duration of construction. To this end, the architects designed a type of visualization that, in addition to its function of shielding the building under construction, was to advertise it. The fabric on which the department store's characteristic horizontal stripes of windows were outlined was stretched over wooden scaffolding surrounding the construction seat. The construction work began on August 1527. The steel structure, including the roof, was completed on September 26. After 41 days later, Emil Lange The construction manager, was Baumeister Kurt Arnade from Berlin. Construction supervision belonged to Wrocław-based architects Max Mattis and Alvin Wedermann. Construction work was carried out by the companies Heimann Wittenberg of Wrocław and Brest and Company of Berlin. Patterns of solutions used by Mendelsohn in Wrocław can be found in the department store buildings designed for the network of Jewish entrepreneur Salmon Schöcken in Stuttgart. The department store designed by Mendelsohn is still in a good condition, unlike the Schocken department store in Stuttgart, which was demolished in the 60s after the war. Luckily, it survived the war. I think it will not be difficult to formulate universal outstanding values for this building, emphasizing its innovative form, building materials, and functional layout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ile mi to zabrało? Musiałam trochę skrócić opis budynku. Właściwie, no to wszystko, mówiłam ci, że to się nie da. Ale mi się wydaje, że najciekawsze.
So, Jadwiga and Jerzy, thank you very much for the insight into the connection with Breslau, Wrocław, whatever you're calling it today or in the past. It seems to be a very interesting place to visit. So hopefully next year. So now Matthias Brunner will take us further across the Atlantic Ocean for more to extend the network of influenced and influencing collaborators of Mendelsohn. He will talk about Erich Mendelsohn, Richard Neutra, and Frank Lloyd Wright, Encounters and Traces. And Matthias Brunner is a lecturer and research associate at Sorry. I have 3 glasses. I don't need the sunglasses here. He's a lecturer and associate in the post-war modernism research laboratory at Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences. After having completed his doctoral dissertation, Essential Sensations, Richard Neutra und das Licht, at the Institute of History and Theory of Art and Architecture in the Accademia di Architettura Mandirisio. Yes. He became a lecturer and a postdoctoral research at the same place. Simultaneously, he was working for his historic preservation office of the canton of Luzern before he studied architecture at the ETH in Zurich and University of State Clyde in Glasgow, and worked for the various architecture firms in Switzerland and Vienna. So Matthias, please. I don't have to mention 20 minutes, etc.
So thank you for the kind introduction and invitation. So the introduction was not completely up to date, but I mean, it was very kind and it doesn't matter. So yeah, thank you for the invitation. Yeah, I'm just start because it's 20 minutes only. So between 1921 and 1923, Richard Neutra worked nearly 2 years for Erich Mendelsohn, just before he left Europe for the United States. In August 1922, Neutra was very close from becoming Mendelsohn's partner, but finally negotiations failed and Neutra remained Mendelsohn's employee. So my paper explores why and how these two architects were collaborating and what they learned from each other. Moreover, it investigates the double role Frank Lloyd Wright played in this story. First, as the architect most admired by both Mendelssohn and Neutra, then as a critic who commented on Mendelssohn's and Neutra's collaboration. To be able to explain my approach, I will start with Wright's last role, the role as a critique. In 1929, when Neutra already had stopped working for both Mendelssohn and him since quite some time, and first publications about Neutra's Global Health House appeared, which you can see here, he started to write letters to influential people such as Rudolf Schindler, Philip Johnson, and Louis Mumford, portraying Neutra as insignificant and dishonest. He accused him of having betrayed him and defected to Le Corbusier. In doing so, he declared Neutra to be a representative of that European modernism that he increasingly saw as his main adversary. As a renegade and, accordingly, a copier instead of a creator, he held him in even lower esteem than what he considered the authors of the opposing position. As a copyist, Neutra was, in his opinion, incapable of independent creative achievement, either as a self-employed architect or a collaborator of himself or Mendelssohn. In consequence, Wright was convinced that Neutra had only worked as a draftsman for Mendelssohn, and that Neutra's assertion that he had played a more important role must be seen as a dishonest attempt to adorn himself with someone else's laurels. Neutra provided Wright with the best arguments by occasionally exaggerating the role he had played in Mendelssohn's office, once claiming he was an associate of Erich Mendelsohn, another time by forgetting to add that his role was that of an employee, as in the catalogue of the MoMA show Modern Architecture International Exhibition in 1932. So just he claims that he did the Mosse building together with Mendelssohn without saying that he was his employee. In view of the polemics that had developed around Neutra's person, so I only reported one of several incidents, I could imagine that Neutra's wife Dione had slightly manipulated the selection of letters between her and Richard she published in 1986. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that initial spot checks revealed that certain personal matters were indeed presented somewhat differently than in Richard's notebooks. Moreover, she published the letters only in selected excerpts and translated into English. Since these letters are the most important source on the relationship between Mendelssohn and Neutra, I decided to transcribe and analyze the originals, which are now preserved at Cal Poly Pomona. So here we see some of them. I have not quite finished yet. For example, a systematic word-for-word comparison is still pending, but I'm already in a position to say that Dione did not systematically falsify them and that she did not withhold many important passages on architecture. Therefore, contrary to what I had secretly hoped for, I cannot report on a really groundbreaking discovery today. Before Neutra started to work for Mendelssohn on November 1st, 1921, he spent 7 months in Luckenwalde, a medium-sized town near Berlin, as a council architect. Moving to Mendelsohn, he considered a good opportunity to perfect his education. In addition, he felt flattered to be hired by someone who was regarded as the new man who even outshone Hans Pölzig. But already before the first day of work, he wrote to his future wife that Mendelssohn was not his man because, as he thought, that was Frank Lloyd Wright. And a few days later, he reported to his prospective mother-in-law that he merely wanted to see the left-wing radicals from nearby. Neutra found his new job exciting and was convinced that he learned a lot. His talent and dedication quickly earned him an important position in the office. Mendelssohn considered him, quote, certainly the most reliable support, unquote. Nevertheless, Neutra's personal relationship with Mendelssohn was never relaxed. After about a year, it had deteriorated to the point where he regularly wondered how much longer he could hold out. A good 6 months after the hiring, Mendelsohn and Neutra again negotiated the employment relationship. In mid-June 1922, Mendelsohn proposed a contract to Neutra that would have been a first step toward partnership. According to this contract, Neutra would have received a share of the net income, which would presumably have been almost twice as high as his previous salary. In return, he would have had to forego payment for his overtime, would have had to give up private activities, and would have been prohibited from working in Berlin for 3 years after termination of the contract. Neutra found the last two conditions ridiculously difficult. They would, quote, enslave him like the Treaty of Versailles, unquote. At the same time, he was fully aware that he had to take this offer as the most positive feedback and could not get a better paid job in Germany. Torn between accepting and declining, he asked for time to think it over. On the one hand, Neutra wanted to earn more because his current salary was too low to rent 2 modestly furnished rooms he needed to marry his longtime fiancée, Dione. He also felt that working with Mendelssohn was the best option he had in Europe. There was no other German architect he would have preferred to work for. And independent activity as a partner of Ernst Freud or Arthur Cohen seemed less attractive to him, as he expected to receive less interesting commissions. On the other hand, he suffered from Mendelssohn's divergent artistic attitude and from his character. Mendelssohn hoped that the contract would relieve him of administrative tasks so that he could concentrate more on the essential, i.e., his art. However, he feared the loss of freedom that any genuine partnership entails. He wanted to retain the basic orientation of his office, which had hitherto been geared entirely to the unconditional support of his art and thus also of his person. Shortly thereafter, Mendelssohn received a long letter from his boyhood friend Charles Duvinage, offering him his collaboration. Immediately, he realized that Duvinage was the person he really wanted to work with, someone who did not compete with him but complement him, someone who admired his art, and someone he trusted unconditionally. Duvinage's letter made it clear to him that his nature was incompatible with shared authorship, and that his proposal to Neutra was therefore foolish. On August 26, after nearly 2 months, he and Neutra finally agreed on a new employment contract, which renounced all steps potentially leading to partnership, but gave Neutra a significant salary increase. So, in which projects of the Mendelsohn office was Neutra involved, and what was his contribution to each of them? I will provide a short overview. It is primarily based on the correspondence between Richard and Dione Neutra and Erich and Louise Mendelsohn. but it also considers the plans Neutra had drawn and taken with him to America. Neutra was involved in a couple of projects in which no clearly independent design contribution can be identified today. Such projects were the hat factory at the new location, which you can see on the top left. And then the competition for the skyscraper at Kempeplatz, the Weichmann Silk Store, and the district electric power station for Haifa. Being not only an architect, but also a capable landscape designer, Neutra planned the gardens for two projects, the Einstein Tower and the house on Karolingerplatz, which you can see here again. From Neutra's point of view, the most important project he worked on in Mendelsohn's office was the Mosse building. From the very beginning, he was involved in its design, its defense before the authorities, and its implementation on the construction side. Numerous drawings by Neutra's own hand and many passages from correspondence leave no doubt that he was closely involved in the translation of Mendelsohn's first sketch into construction plans. But this is no longer possible today to precisely identify the contributions. It is almost impossible to find out where Neutra's drawings reflect his own ideas and where they are based on precise instructions from Mendelssohn. But still, it can be established that Neutra worked intensively on the windows and the entrance, as well as on Rudolf Mosse's private office. So we see here some pictures from it. Stylistic features indicate that Neutra's contribution to the latter was particularly important. Probably it is almost entirely his own design. Mendelsohn and Neutra submitted their entry to the competition for the commercial center of Haifa under both names and shared the prize money. Consequently, in this case, both are to be regarded as authors. Contrary to Wright's accusation, the Zehlendorf houses were designed by Neutra in March 1923, when Mendelsohn was in Palestine. The construction sign makes it clear that Neutra had designed them not as a freelance architect, but as an employee of Mendelsohn. So you can read it there. Since the end of the war, Neutra had been trying with remarkable perseverance to obtain a visa for the US, even while working for Mendelsohn. When a visa came within reach in the summer of 1923, he resigned, and on October 13, he boarded a ship for New York. About a year later, he finally obtained the long-awaited position with Wright in Taliesin. Just a month afterward, in early November 1924, Mendelsohn visited them on his trip to America. Both Neutra and Mendelsohn considered Wright the most important living architect, to make it short, and both knew his work already before they met. Nevertheless, it may well be that Neutra never revealed to Mendelsohn how much Wright meant to him. At least he once wrote Dione that he had not told Mendelsohn what he thought of Wright because he believed that Wright's architecture was not entirely accessible to Mendelsohn. Neutra, and more pointedly his friend Schindler, accused Mendelsohn of designing too much like a sculpture and thus neglecting space. By this they meant that he conceived his buildings too much from the outside in, that he connected interior and exterior spaces too little, i.e. designed windows as holes in the wall, and that he still understood interiors as a sequence of boxes separated from each another. In their eyes, therefore, Mendelsohn failed to understand Wright's most important lesson. Indeed, The floor plans of Mendelsohn's residential buildings of this period, such as the house at Karolingerplatz, have few similarities with those of Wright. They are based on boxes placed one after another, less or more. So, did Mendelssohn influence the designs Neutra created after leaving Berlin? An element familiar from Mendelssohn's designs, for example, are the roof overhangs of the National Library and the North Shore Temple, which do not extend beyond the facades on all sides, but are flush on one of them. So it's just like positions like here, you can see it. However, the roof overhangs of the National Library project farther than any Mendelssohn had designed to this point to respond to the Palestinian sun. In this regard, they are more like Wright's roof overhangs, but not in regard of being flush with the walls. Oddly, both projects by Neutra are symmetrical in design, although Mendelssohn and also Wright often avoided symmetrical composition by this time. The way Neutra designed his ribbon windows is also reminiscent of Mendelssohn's projects. These dark painted wall sections at the Jardinet apartments, so I'm speaking about these or these. Yeah, I think it should work. So they are meant to create the impression of continuity. They are hardly conceivable without him. Mendelssohn had developed many similar designs to evoke this impression. At the Karolingerplatz, for example, he worked with differences in material and color, at Gleiwitz with profiled cornices, and at Wüstegiersdorf, which resembles the Jardinet apartments most, with the setback of the surface and different coloring. Was there any influence in the opposite direction? So Kathleen James Chakraborty suggested that Wright's greater impact on Mendelssohn after the Einstein Tower, the Hat Factory, and the Mosse House was due to Neutra. As a second, but less likely source, she considered Mendelssohn's trip to Holland in the spring of 1921. At first glance, Neutra's unbuilt and undated design for the chapel of the Luckenwalde Forest Cemetery seems to confirm her hypothesis. The ribbon windows, which run around the corners and are heavily framed, could well be interpreted as precursors of Mendelssohn's windows at the Karolingerplatz or in Gleiwitz. This design, however, differs much from Wright's projects and contains strikingly many elements of Mendelssohn's architectural language. The banding of the brickwork between the windows and of the plant troughs, which is even beveled there, is suspiciously reminiscent of Mendelssohn's Hat Factory. Therefore, I'm quite sure that Neutra designed the chapel not before his time with Mendelssohn. This means that it needs to be redated. Until now, it was assumed that he had created it while working in Luckenwalde. A comparison with the entrance gate of the forest cemetery supports this hypothesis. Its architectural language is too different from that of the chapel to have been created simultaneously. Neutra designed it earlier, obviously before he knew Mendelssohn. The chapel and the entrance gate can hardly be the projects that increased Mendelssohn's interest in Wright. Considering in addition that Mendelssohn and Neutra most likely did not openly discuss Wright and were interested in other aspects of his work, Neutra was probably not the catalyst for Mendelssohn's development. So I'm coming to my brief conclusions. While it can be determined relatively reliably in which projects Neutra was involved in, it is rarely possible to identify the elements he designed independently. As the Zehlendorf houses demonstrate, he fully mastered the architectural language of Mendelssohn's office. However, it is rather unlikely that he developed it much further. Conversely, Mendelssohn's influence is clearly evident in the projects he designed shortly after leaving Mendelssohn. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias.
So.
Yes. Please, we have some minutes, not many, but we can have a small discussion and question time. Morning. Yes, thank you, Rainer. So I open the floor for questions. I just want to say, I'm sure you didn't coordinate the lectures between you, but it's really served the case that you showed some of the same buildings and influences, and names are popping up, and so this is really what we are, what we wanted to achieve is to widen the discussion about Mendelssohn behind his own architecture, but where he was influenced by what and how he influenced the world of architecture, but the culture. And I think this is one of our discussions about the OUV and about the narratives, which we should continue also in this meeting. But if somebody wants to say something, you were first.
So thank you so much for those 3 very interesting presentations. I have to sort them in my head before it was a lot of information. I have one question to Rainer concerning the Fischer Schule, which a term I don't like, because Fischer was, in contrast to Ostendorf, he was not creating a Schule, but he was the one that helped architects find their own way. But I don't want to discuss this, but I have another question about he was a city planner. He was very, very good in malerischem Städtebau, so the way to design the city new. And you talked about Munich, the planning of the Munich Staffelbauweise. I don't know how to explain that in different zones of the city, you are allowed to build on different heights and so on. So a very complex zoning plan, which was working until the 1970s, I think. So this is the reason why Munich still is a beautiful city. My question is, how do you rate Fischer's influence in city planning on Mendelssohn? Or his teaching? That would be very interesting for me.
Thank you for the question. Probably first, an answer to that which wasn't a question, the Fischer Schule. That's why I put this in the beginning of my presentation, because Fischer himself never used this term, Fischer Schule, but then it pops up in this discussion, 25, and from then on, the architects, and there's a vivid discussion going on in the magazines. Peter Meyer, a Swiss architecture critic, is one of the most, writing the most in this discussion, and he himself refers to him as a Fischer Schule, and then others do. So, and when there's this next round birthday of Fischer, people write him letters, ich war ein Fischer Schüler. So they use it themselves, but Fischer doesn't, yes. The question on urban planning is a good question, to be honest, because I see the influence more probably in the approach to landscape and to context in the wider sense. which happened when Fischer went to Munich, to the TU Munich, was that urban planning was like a mandatory course that he taught. It is not clear if Mendelsohn attended this course because he did his undergraduate studies not in Munich. So I would say the zoning, which is very typical for Munich, and this approach of having a spatial approach to urban design, like to form a street not as a direction A to B in the shortest line, but to have it as an atmospheric way you solve. I see this in Mendelssohn's architecture. This is true, so that might be an influence from this urban design teaching or from the thought, because of course they discussed about these questions. How to situate a building is one thing, which then comes to the Stadtkrone idea of the city crown or settlement crown in the end, the Kaufmann. And the other thing is how to, how should I put it in English? How to include the human subject into what I plan, into it's a spatial planning. That's probably a bit contradicts with Matthias, what you just said, like designing from the outside to the inside, like the form and then the inside. But I think there is the idea of a way through the building as well as a way through the city. This might be a connection point, I see.
Thank you. I have two questions. Of course, I have to say to Jadwiga and to Matthias. To Jadwiga, because you mentioned that Mendelssohn might visit Gliwice. Do we have any evidences? And to Matthias, what is your opinion about collaboration with Mendelssohn by Richard Neutra and what are the evidences in the building on Gliwice and on Vista Giersdorf? Because you didn't say it in the details. Thank you.
Richard, such a question. The answer is yes. Yes. This is the correspondence between Mendelsohn and Gliwice.
And you mentioned that you visit Gliwice, for sure. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, so I cannot. There are 2 points. David, the Seidenhaus Weichmann, there Neutra took over the project when Arthur Kohn left the office of Mendelssohn. And he was involved in some other plans for the same owner, but there are only traces in correspondence I find. Therefore, I cannot really describe these projects. It doesn't make much sense. And then in Wüste-Giersdorf, we don't, it's just mentioned in the correspondence. But there are some more plans at UCLA which are labeled the wrong way, which I have seen, but I was not allowed to take pictures of them because of copyright issues. Maybe this would give an answer, a better answer to this, but I cannot give it right now. Yeah.
So I take my, we have a question here. I wanted to take my executive priority question. I wanted to ask Matthias, and I warned him before, I wanted to ask is on the second round when Mendelssohn goes to America, does he meet Neutra? What is the relation between them? Because it seems from your lecture that it was quite charged.
So it was charged indirectly via Frank Lloyd Wright and his position for a nationalist American architecture versus the international style, Harvard, Gropius, and so on. So at least the result is that they did not meet after Mendelssohn arrived in America. only when Mendelsohn died, Neutra wrote an obituary, and a very kind one, and said that he learned a lot working for Mendelsohn. And then Dione, also Neutra's wife, arranged meetings with Louise Mendelsohn, and once even Neutra was still alive and met Louise again. And then afterwards, when Neutra was dead in the 1970s, then Louise and Dione met occasionally at the Bach Festival close to San Francisco, which is an appropriate occasion for two cellists, both loving Bach as each cellist does, because it's great music.
Okay, we'll have one more question from Maria.
I have the question for Matthias. I can see some similarities between the project of the cemetery in Lickerwalde and the Betahara. Did you find any evidence, maybe influences or some connections between those two? Of course, this is much later project, but the similarities are really. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I didn't think about these questions until today when I saw the project Me Too again. And indeed, it's striking, but I cannot imagine that Neutra knew this project. My research points in rather in another direction, that there were some Eastern Asian models as well, not only Frank Lloyd Wright, and because Neutra wrote a brochure about the forest century, more than I think it was 96 pages or so, really detailed, mostly about the landscaping, not about the architecture. And there he says that the Chinese found a very good relationship between architecture and landscaping. And he quotes Berschmann and other people writing about, reporting about this Eastern Asian architecture. And in these books, there are some similar examples. So that's the direction I'm thinking right now.
Okay. You have one short one. Huh? I just want to say that at 5:30 we have the lecture of Louisa Hutton, and we have a question. We have a question for the audience. It's a democracy. Huh? So, how many of you want to watch the film about Schocken? It's a documentary about Schocken, his life, the influence. We have already two. We want to screen it at 8 o'clock here. If there is enough demand, and you can stay and watch it, go to eat something and come back. So, hands up. Okay. I don't know how long is the lecture.
Yeah, not lecture, a discussion with the students about few students who present the work.
8:30. It's a film of 1 hour and something. So if we start at 8:30, it's still okay. Yeah, before.
It's here, not the Mondial.
No, I have to say we had to change plans because of all kind of things, personal and unpersonal. So the screening will be here in the faculty, so at 8:30. And the last question.
Very short, more of a footnote, but maybe going back to Regina Stefan's initial question, I wonder if there is not, because you ended, Rainer, your talk on the Stadtkrone, and it seems to me that your talk most clearly spoke, or there was some sort of dialogue also with Michael's video recorded talk, because there was plenty of discussion about hillsides and gazing upwards, looking upwards in Mendelsohn's sketches. So there is this topographical notion, and I wonder if there is not some sort of urban connection between your talk and Michael's earlier talk.
Probably a very short answer. The Acropolis idea, yeah, of course, we heard this this morning. It points in the same direction, but I could not clearly locate, like, if it's, like, is this Fischer's influence? Of course, this is this idea of Über- und Unterordnung, of super and subordination, points to the same direction, and Fischer says that there's a crowning or dominating building on a high point, which is exactly the same location, but could also, well, come from, like, the history of architecture with this Acropolis idea, which we heard this morning. Yes, this is another parallel, of course, which is there in the work, but I cannot locate it if it's really from the urban design lectures, but surely I would guess, I would make a wild guess that it's been in discussion during the courses.
Okay, tomorrow will be more about collaborations in the session about Mendelsohn and Palestine. So now it's to go to the Benjamin home. The lecture will be